Hello, everyone. Welcome to today's show, where I'm joined by Dr. J. Fodor, PhD. If people haven't heard of this guy, they should just Google like J. Fodor, J. Fodor, language of thought, or J. Fodor, philosophy of mind. And this Dr. J. Fodor guy obviously thinks there's something to these ideas I've got, which is why he wants to talk to me today about some of this stuff. Do you want to talk about that, James?
It's very sneaky there, Nathan. So for those who don't know, which would be probably all of you, because I haven't announced it yet. So I completed my PhD, just last week, actually. The official paperwork came through. So I'm a doctor now. So that means everything I say must be true, and you have to give me lots of respect. So not entirely by coincidence, Nathan and I have also been arranging this discussion about language representations, cognitive science, because for the past 4 years or so, I've been researching, or in my master's as well to an extent, I've been researching how language is represented and processed in the brain, and how that relates to processing of language in large language models and other artificial computational representations. And Nathan has, over the past, year or two, made some somewhat provocative statements about this whole idea, calling it bullshit, I think, at one point. So I thought that, the discussion is in order. I noticed this is part 2. What was part 1?
Part 1 was, do you remember, it was like 3 or 4 years ago, we had a discussion on similar
that's right.
topic.
We talked about AI and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, and I thought it just makes sense to basically link them together so people can watch that one and kind of see, I guess, how both of our views have... I think we're still broadly in similar positions, and similar disagreements, but people can see how our views have changed over time, and it makes for an interesting watch that and then watch this, I guess.
Nathan, do you see like bands of color or texture between our images?
Yes, I do. That's quite strange.
Is that a background or something?
I think it's because
it's driving my autism insane.
I'll put us.
All right, that's better.
I can put us to this view. I don't know if I can do anything else about the gap.
Maybe I should just not look at it. I don't know if it was.
No, let me see. I honestly don't know what I can do about that. I'll see if I can do something about it. If you want to,
it's not very important. I was just wondering.
Yeah, if you want to talk for a second while I mess about with the settings and stuff, and I'll see what I can do.
No worries. So let's see. Yeah, so Nathan and I have been doing some reading and thinking in preparation about this. So I'm not exactly sure. I saw an earlier version of the document Nathan prepared, and he might have added more to that. And I've put a few notes together as well. I should probably open that now that I mention it, where we'll talk about these issues. So it's the topic is fairly broad. It ranges from philosophical issues of representation and language that relate to philosophy of mind and philosophy of language, through to behaviorism. So it's historical and current status and how it relates to like cognitive science, which is a sort of more mainstream approach. And then to more specifically...
Look at the propaganda coming through already.
Oh, what propaganda? I just said how that is a more mainstream approach. That's just a fact. I don't know how you can... Anyway, in cognitive psychology and also neuroscience. So I don't know how much we'll spend on different aspects. Probably the philosophy will receive a fair bit of attention, but and artificial intelligence as well, and large language models.
Yeah, so my opening statement as well to frame everything is Galileo, Copernicus, Darwin, all of these men came up with scientific theories, but at the time people persecuted them because they didn't believe that they were true. Now I am here today to speak against the mainstream view of cognitive science that
they hated him because he told the truth, right?
That's what's going on. Yeah, so I don't know where do you think it would be a good place to kind of like start with all of this then? Also, Aaron, I did see that you left a super chat. If you want to leave that comment again, I'll pin it and we can come to like questions at the end or an appropriate point or something. because that seems to have been lost over the time, unfortunately. Yeah, just, like, where do you think is a good place for like a first point to begin on?
Well, we can talk about words and meanings, because this is an issue that seems to come up a lot. I did start watching your video about fascism that you just released. Been quite busy, it seems. I didn't finish it, but the reason I mention it is because you do talk a fair bit about what fascism means, right? And how to understand that. And you talked about, you know, family resemblance, notions of meaning and things like that. So I think those will come up again. So I enjoyed that, what I've seen so far. But anyway, so, you know, these things do, like, this issue does matter across other issues. So something that, Nathan, you often say when contested terms are raised, fascism could be one, like you don't do it in that video that I've seen, but in other ones where people raise things like, I don't know, knowledge or understanding or justification or morality or things like that, like any philosophically sort of laden term, and you're like, and people ask, like, what does this mean? Or it becomes relevant. You'll say something like, well, it's a word that is used in particular ways. And I always find this to be a very unsatisfactory response, to be honest, because, like, it's true as far as it goes, but it doesn't, to me, really say anything.
Yes, yeah.
And what I would tend to say is that words have a range of purposes. We do use them to communicate. I also think we use them to think. And I would say that words have what you might call a meaning, which relates both to internal cognitive representational content and also representational content. So that is, it refers to, or many words at least refer to, something outside themselves. Now, both of those aspects you've critiqued: the idea of mental representations and the idea of reference or correspondence, right? And that's of interest to me, apart from the fact that that's what I research. It's also because those those notions play a pretty critical role in my philosophical thinking about a lot of issues. So I've mentioned for years that I'm working on a book defending naturalism, and when it comes to a lot of aspects of explaining how to understand, say, the relationship between scientific discovery and scientific progress and nature itself, I think some kind of correspondence understanding is very useful for that. Philosophy of mind and consciousness and language and other issues, I think the notion of representation is essential to making sense of that. Yeah, if I had to dispense entirely with notions of correspondence and also mental representations, I think that my worldview would be in quite a lot of trouble. There'd be a lot of things that I wouldn't know how to make sense of or explicate very clearly. And in my opinion, that relates to, I mean, science as well as a whole makes strong use of that. So at the same time, you know, I certainly respect you and your opinions, Nathan. So this puts me in a position of, you know, how to think about this. On the one hand, these ideas seem pretty central and well-founded, and on the other hand, you're extremely critical of them. So that's sort of where I'd like to start. I mean, we can start at either of the internal or the representational side, that they connect to each other. So what do you see as the core problems, some of the core problems that you wanted to start with?
Yeah, I definitely think you're right there. That notion of sort of like internal representation or picturing or something like that is one of the key areas of disagreement. I think that that second area of disagreement with respect to reference or intentionality or something like that is going to be a key one. I think there may be a couple of others that will come up, which will be like when we should postulate unobservables or something like that, right? Or maybe like questions with respect to methodology within psychology. Because I think that maybe some of these things are going to be like the upshot of that. And then there may be a couple of things about like computational explanations and what they do and what their scope is. But I actually think we'll end up sort of like aligning quite a lot on those things. And I think that my views may be just a slight perspective shift from, but we actually kind of agree, but there's going to be just like maybe some slight differences in how we frame or contextualize what those computational explanations are doing. Within that, obviously, there's like all the particular individual arguments and topics that will come up. So, like Tolman rats in mazes sort of things, things like poverty of stimulus type arguments, or, I mean, maybe ideas. I don't think you're exactly committed to something like universal grammar or whatever, but, ideas of like an innate biological basis for syntax or language or something like that, I think we'll probably slightly disagree, maybe end up agreeing, because again, I don't know completely what your fully fleshed out views on those things are. Philosophical conceptions like correspondence, I think, and so yeah, all of those things happy to talk about. But just to say as well, I agree in terms of what you're saying about these views on language, how it works, what it is. I do think that they have like really wide-ranging consequences as well for how we think about philosophy, and how we consider what science is doing, or what like big topics like naturalism or physicalism might mean. Like to give one example, I've been thinking a bit recently about, like Mary's room type arguments and what exactly is supposed to be going on in those cases. And I'm thinking that maybe one of the key ideas is that, this idea of like a completed physical science is that reading all of those languages, because languages represent or picture the world, well, a completed physical science would be a complete description of reality. And so that the representation that would furnish you with would basically be the exact same as reality. And so if something like that is what physicalism is, I'm kind of understanding it as, oh, so that's why you would think if, what it is to see red is a physical fact, that's why you would get that. Maybe that's the key thing that's going. So, I mean, I was saying a whole bunch of stuff, but that's just to say, I do think that these consequences of like semantic representation and what we think about language do have quite wide-ranging and consequential effects for how we think about, philosophy in a whole range of different surrounding areas. So if there's anything in that you want to pick up on, feel free. Otherwise, maybe we can just begin by talking about the meaning as use sort of thing that you mentioned.
Yeah, why don't we start with meaning as use? So I'll just make a few general remarks about this. So the notion of meaning or semantics is a tricky one in philosophy and cognitive science, in linguistics, and it's one of the reasons that I was interested in researching it. Like, what does meaning mean? What do we mean when we say meaning? And
what do you mean by do?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's an obtuse way to I think, use those questions, and then there's a genuinely curious way. So here's how I think about this, which is broadly, I think, how this is approached in cognitive science. Actually, no. Well, yeah. Traditionally, this goes back to Frege at least. There's an understanding that meaning has two aspects, right? So one aspect of meaning is often called reference, or intentionality, effectively. This means that a word, either the word itself or a visual representation of a word, like a written form, or even idea maybe of a word, any of those things, it has some connection to something beyond itself, some correspondence, some reference, right? So when you say or think cat, that's in some sense about cats, or maybe a specific cat, right? So there's an idea that there's a connection between language and world that's systematic in some sense, right? This is a very common sense idea at root, right? That when we're talking about things or thinking about things, that we're talking or thinking about things in the world. I mean, we could think about our own thoughts and become self-referential, but that's the idea. So there's an external component of language. It connects us to things in the world, sometimes imaginary things as well. Now, the other aspect of language is more internal, and Frege called this sense. So the example he gave is the planet Venus, which appears close to the sun as around sunset and also around sunrise, so the morning and the evening star. And you could understand that there is some heavenly body that is the evening star and one that's the morning star without realizing that they're in fact both the planet Venus, right? So there seemed to be something missing here about the notion of meaning purely as reference. If you say, well, the meaning of the morning star is just Venus, and the meaning of the evening star is just Venus, then they mean the same thing. But it seems like they don't mean the same thing in all respects, because you could know about one and the other, but not know that they're the same. So this was his example, but I think there's many examples of this sort of phenomenon where there's essentially different ways of referring to the same thing or the same state of affairs. So this is often called a sense, and I would associate that with something like a mental description or a mental representation of something. So it's sort of a bit more internal. It's the way you, Frege talked about it as the way something presents itself, but I might describe it as like the way we think about or represent something. So cognitive science more focuses on that mental internal side of things. Whereas philosophy, typically in recent decades, with like the twin earth argument and so forth, which we could talk about if you want, but I don't know that we need to, semantic externalism and all that, it tends to focus more on reference, meaning as reference. But I think that we need both to understand meaning. So when I talk about meaning or semantics, there's an internal component, mental models and representations, and an external component, connection of that to the world. And so that then brings me to the issue of a meaning as use, which is a tricky issue because you talk about this a lot. And it's interesting because the sort of research that I do is much of it is predicated on this idea of meaning as use, but it seems that there's a difference in the way use is understood. So let me explain how I understand this. So some people historically have thought of me, and some people still do, I guess, think of words or concepts or ideas as having some sort of inherent meaning to them, which is somehow intrinsic. Maybe it's ineffable, you can't describe it in words perhaps, but it's just sort of somehow there. I don't know that this has been well theorized. I suspect because it's not a very coherent idea, but that some people sort of argue this, right? I think maybe Searle has some idea like this, but I'm not exactly sure how he thinks about that. But anyway, so meaning as use is a rejection of that idea. The idea that like words or utterances or brain states or ideas or anything like that has any kind of intrinsic inherent meaning just purely in terms of itself. Rather, the idea of meaning as use is that words or utterances or brain states or whatever, those acquire meaning in a more systemic way, like through use, effectively. But we then have to say, well, what do you mean by use? And this is, I think, where maybe we differ. So the way I understand use is in a specific way, which in philosophy is sometimes called a functional role theory of semantics. And the idea is that the meaning of a word or concept is the role that word or concept plays in thought or in speech. You could add as well, but particularly in thought, because it's a cognitive theory of meaning. So this is not saying that the meaning of a word is just like the collection of all the times that word has been uttered in a certain context. That's part of it that does contribute to use, but use is also about internal cognitive use, according to this idea. It's how we use that idea to think, both consciously and subconsciously. Like a lot of this isn't necessarily at the conscious level. So the idea here is that a word or a corresponding concept is a mental representation that serves a particular role in our thinking. This is the idea of a functional role. It functions in a certain way. And it's the complex interconnected network of all of these functional roles of different concepts in words and so forth that gives rise to meaning. You can't just pick a word out or a concept out and explicate its meaning by itself, because it has meaning in relation to all the other things. Actually, a way to think about this is thinking about a dictionary. You take a dictionary and you look up a word, it defines a word in terms of other words. So it's dictionaries define language in a sort of interconnected, holistic sense. If you don't know the meaning of any of the words, it's going to be a bit hard to get started, right? That's been a point of criticism, but just to illustrate the point that meaning in this conception is thought to arise in a holistic and synergistic way through the different functions that different words play, both in external use, but also internally in the cognitive system. And this actually applies more generally, not just to words, we're talking about that, but also to other concepts as well, other types of thinking. So that's essentially how I understand. Oh, and then just to link that to correspondence. So the idea is we have mental representations. Their meaning arises in terms of what they do for our thinking and for our action as well. Those internal semantic representations, then at least some of the time, they map on to structures or things in the world, and we call this correspondence. There's more to say about exactly how this mapping works, but the idea is that when there's a correspondence in structure between our thoughts and the world, then we say that our thoughts are successfully refer to the world. There is something out there. Our thoughts are true of the world in a certain sense, right? And that can come in degrees. It's not binary, or at least usually isn't. And so that's how this internal representation idea connects to the external intentionality correspondence component. Basically, I think it's in terms of a structural homeomorphism with some other details. And so that's how sometimes we can successfully refer and sometimes not, when we have some structure of ideas in our head that doesn't appropriately map to anything, and then it's false, right, or non-referring. So that's a basic outline. So what I'm interested in is where you think that broad picture goes wrong.
Sure. Yeah. So I think there are some similarities and differences. And I think that from the description that you've given there, that like all of the differences are going to come down to the sort of like cognitive premise, which I mean, you can tell me if you think that this is like a bad characterization or something, but I'm taking it to be something like this distinction between the inner and the outer. So like, I'm taking cognitions or cognitive phenomena to be these kind of internal representational thingies. I'm not really saying much more about them at this point. Maybe there's more to be said about them. Yeah. I mean, is that approximately right? Just so I don't say a bunch of stuff that is completely, nothing to do with what you think.
Yeah, so mental representations are internal cognitive states, which if you want to be reductionist about it, you can call them brain states.
Yeah.
If that's helpful, but I don't think we need to. But for some purposes, it can be helpful to be more concrete about.
But just to make sure, like, that when I'm talking about cognitions, right, like that means these. I think maybe this will be part of the problem, actually, is that I think that cognitions is used in two different senses, and I can talk a little bit about that. And I think there's some experimental philosophy, empirical data, which kind of like indicates this, that both neuroscientists, cognitive scientists are using the words in sort of like inconsistent ways. But yeah, I think there's going to be this one sense, which is, like almost an internal representation, maybe has the idea it might have some like phenomenal character or something, that it like pictures the world and corresponds in this kind of philosophical sense. And then
the
there
representations don't always correspond, and I think most of the time they don't have a phenomenal aspect to them, but they can, in my opinion. That's where we can get to Mary's room and stuff like that.
Or maybe it would be better if I said like they have an intentional character or something. Would that?
Yes. I think that's it. I mean, that's a traditional understanding of what characterizes the mental. Actually, that the mental is intentional. I'm not sure if I would commit to that 100%, but I think I'm broadly on board with that, because again, intentional just means it refers to something, and that's directly related to the idea of my understanding of functional role, because the idea is the representation is doing something, and in doing something, it governs our thinking and ultimately behavior in regard to something or other, whether that's motor behavior or speaking or high level executive function or whatever. So at the end of the day, yeah, there has to be some kind of representational component to it, which is the intentional component. Yeah. So the mental is intentional.
Yeah. So I think there's this sense of cognition then, where the inner side of it is the side that has that intentional character, which, maybe I've heard intentional character sort of explicated as that there's like a mind world fit or something like that.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
I'm gonna have some problems with this, but like I'm happy to say that that's what people say, and that kind of gets the ball rolling.
Yeah, just to all of these ideas can be unpacked further. I'm happy to talk about that, but we just started a broad characterization.
Yeah. And then from the other side of things, I think there's like an external sense in which cognition is used, right? And that's going to be to give these oftentimes, I mean, sometimes they're going to be more psychological in character, where, psychologists might have some experimental data or something, and then they sort of like postulate, cognitive modules or whatever behind the things that they're making sense of in the experimental data. But I think neuroscientists have make more precise claims where they're, engaged in mapping out exactly what's going on, where things hit sort of like sensory inputs and using like imaging on the brain, or engaging in cutting open brains and things like that. And so they map out the neurophysiology of the brain, and they produce models, even computational models. But these are all sort of external. But these external descriptions are like physiological descriptions of the way that sort of like causal chains, I guess, of sensations and things related to behaviors. But the term cognition or related sort of terms that are a part of the cognitive sciences are being used in that external sense, which is, like one sense, which I think makes sense, but then it's sometimes also being used in the second sense, which is like with that intentional character. And I think that I think that basically what I reject is that there is this inner outer distinction. And, like that's where, so my main disagreement in meaning is, in your characterization of like meaning as use, is going to come from where the way that you're thinking of meaning as use depends upon that inner outer distinction, because that's like not a part of the way that I think about it. So I wouldn't think of these, just trying to recall exactly the words that you said. I think it was something like, in the functional role theory of semantics, the meaning of a concept is the role that concept plays in thought. And I think there you're thinking of thought in this like inner intentionally characterized sense. And because
not necessarily conscious, though, I just want to clarify that.
Right. And I think because that inner side of things isn't a part of my way of thinking, that's not going to be a part of my characterization of meaning as use. To maybe offer like some positive picture of what I mean by like meaning as use, it would be that like the meaning of a word is the role it plays in speakers or persons' lives. So rather than thinking about it almost at the scale, I don't know whether you want to talk about it as like scale or perspective or something, but rather than talking about it from like the perspective of cognitions or inner representations or something like that, I would want to talk about use and role at the level of like the organism and social function or something like that, and like how speakers and persons are using things, rather than how like almost a part of the person, this like cognition, is using the functional concept. Maybe that's enough to there's stuff you want to.
Yeah, so this is interesting. So I'm curious as to why you reject this sort of inner and outer distinction here. So let me just explicate how I understand that to what I understand that to mean. I mean, there is this idea of embodied cognition, where cognition extends outside the skin, in a sense. Like the simple example is counting on your fingers, right? Whether that's in or outside the skin, I suppose, depending on how you look at it. But you look at it, but it's not purely in our brains. Which, I mean, I'm fine with that. I think that that's a way of extending how we think about cognition, because we absolutely do use aids in the world and systems in the world. But I don't really think that undermines the core notion that there's a lot of internal processes going on. That's at the core of cognition. But in terms of how I define the internal-external distinction, I mean, it's largely in terms of internal causal processes, at least in the human case, to the brain, right? So the brain is quite well secured, separated from the rest of the environment inside the skull. I mean, it connects to it through the spinal cord, obviously, with the nerves innervating and innervating. And there's our eyeballs, which our eyes connect directly to the brain, but that's sort of it. And so in terms of understanding how the nervous system works, it makes a lot of sense when we're asking how does cognition work, which I think of cognition in a very broad organismal level sense as what happens between sense inputs and motor outputs. It's hardly a novel idea, right? So sense inputs would be, vision, taste, smell, hearing, as well as pain, somatosensory perceptions, sensations of where our joints are, balance, other things like that. So there's a variety of internal senses as well. But all of those sense inputs go into the ultimately to our brains through the spinal cord. Vision comes through our eyes, and I guess there's senses in the mouth and nose that go back as well. But it all ultimately goes to the brain. And then the ultimate purpose of the brain is to produce motor outputs, the skeletal muscles and internal visceral organs as well. So cognition is sort of what happens in between those. And I think that there's a lot of important stuff that happens in between those that involves complex internal mechanisms and processes that we need to explicate as scientists and philosophers and people interested in how things work, we want to explicate that. And so cognition is a set of sort of theories and descriptions for doing that. But one reason to sort of talk about this internal versus external is because that's sort of the level of theorizing. We're trying to theorize how it is sensory inputs are transformed into motor outputs. And we're doing so particularly with reference to neural activity in the brain, which is physically and largely causally isolated, and not totally isolated. I've just explained the inputs and outputs, right? But it's certainly, I think, makes sense to treat it as distinct from other parts of the body and the environment as a whole. It doesn't seem very arbitrary to me to say, look, we're going to focus on what's happening in the brain. Obviously, when you study a system, you don't just study the system, you think about inputs to and outputs from the system. It's not hermetically sealed, but it is still distinct and distinguishable. And I mean, just like we study the function of many other organs in the body with respect to their internal processes and how they relate to other parts of the body, like the heart or the digestive system. I mean, even things that are much less sort of spatially localized, like the immune system, for example. That's not very spatially localized, but it still has a determinate set of functions. You can talk about immune processes as distinct from other things. So cognitive processes talk of cognition is a higher order, more abstract way of talking about a certain type of neural processes that happen in the brain. So to me, that kind of makes sense explanatorily. It's consistent with our practice elsewhere in science. And I'm not sure conceptually what the difficulty would be. So maybe you conceptualize of inner and outer differently to how I've explicated, or there's another issue that you would have with it?
Well, I think in terms of what you said there, there's a large part of that I agree with. And then there's one part that I would disagree with. So just to go through like some of the main points in what you said and how I'm thinking about them as you were saying them. So one of them was you said what happens between sense inputs and motor outputs. And I mean, even there might be almost like a quibble over whether we should use that language or not. And the quibble there would not really be like a theoretical disagreement. I think it would more be in terms of like connotations or how it might lead people into thinking in terms of certain types of metaphors or something. But I basically think that is consistent with like what the behaviorist paradigm is saying as well, which is like, your I've heard it framed as like ABCs. You've got your like antecedent, then your behavior, and then your consequence, right? And that's like the broad model for like a behaviorist account of psychology.
Yes, but behaviorists have certain restrictions on the explanatory resources they're willing to use, which I don't agree with, and cognitive scientists probably don't agree with.
This is what I'll come on to next in terms of cognitions, right? Because in terms of that middle part where you're saying the word cognition, there is a certain sense of cognition which I think is perfectly consistent with what behaviorists are actually saying, right? And so when you're talking about the importance of understanding what the brain is doing, nervous activity, and all that stuff, behaviorists, even including B.F. Skinner, are fully on board with neuroscience and physiological explanations and accounts of of understanding what's going on there, right? And it is definitely true that the word cognition now gets used in the neurosciences with reference to some of these processes, right? That's absolutely true. And so, there's this interesting point of language where, like if you buy into some of these behaviorist criticisms, you're probably weirdly going to actually end up still, for pragmatic reasons, ending up using this word cognition in a more precise or specific sense, just because of its how ubiquitous it now is as a result of the kind of prevailing paradigm in the sciences. But the sense in which the behaviorist is going to disagree with the use of this word cognition is going to be with respect to that intentional or phenomenal character, right? So it's how you get from the outer to the inner, and the behaviorist criticism here is going to be something like that. There isn't, and maybe never can be or never will be on philosophical grounds, an explanation that will get you from that outer to the inner, or getting from the outer to the inner will always involve postulating kind of like an inner homunculus, or like a Cartesian theater type thing or something like that. And so that's one part of the criticism, and the second part of the criticism to this would be to say that there's a kind of like Mereological issue going on, where these representations are being posited, and that would be that when these representations in an inner sense are being posited, and it's said that when someone has a concept, this is very crude, but like this region of the brain is functioning in a way that is about or represents the world in a particular kind of way, that the Mereological issue is that it's not that area of the brain that does that, but it's the person as a whole and their integrated nervous activity that does it, right? And so it's all there's more I can say, and I don't want to say too much to make the conversation become unfocused, but it's always when this inner and representational sense of cognition is invoked that I think that there's a dispute with the behaviorist. But when cognition is being used merely to talk about the causal processes in the nervous activity, the muscles, the brain, physiology, and so forth that explain behavior, that there's no qualm there. But it's as soon as it becomes this kind of like inner representational and phenomenal thing that there are issues that arise.
Well, this is what I don't understand, because any sort of physicalist, cognitivist is going to say that these mental representations are just instantiated in physical processes. So you're saying you're happy with the physical processes, but not happy to describe them using cognitivist language. And I'm not sure what the problem is with using cognitivist language, because I think it's quite useful. I guess you're disputing that, but I'm not sure what the problem is supposed to be.
So so to clarify, no problem with the external use of it, right? In terms of if cognition is limited to these like external accounts of mappings within the brain or functions in the nervous system and all that sort of stuff. But the problem is as soon as it becomes internal, there's sort of like various problems, one of which is that Mereological issue. The second of which is that with respect to representation, nothing sort of there isn't like a theory of the nature of resemblance, right? So you specify the medium of resemblance, which is to say the brain or nervous activity or some region or whatever. Sure, that part's specified in the same way that if you talked about a pictorial representation, you'd specify the medium as like a canvas. But the nature of the resemblance, which, you know, in the case of a representation like a map or even, you know, like tree rings or something, like, so tree rings are still going to be an external representation of years, a thermometer's temperature rising as a representation. All of these, I think, in intelligible senses of representation, we can specify a medium and the nature of the resemblance. But in the case of these like phenomenal representations, I don't think we can specify what the nature of the resemblance is, you know, like what is it about the phenomenal character that, so that's a conceptual issue.
Well, I think there are a number of, so the two things that you've raised, the Mereological issue, which seems to be about what the right level of explanation is, and the second is an insufficient characterization of the notion of correspondence. Well, you use the term resemblance, which I don't particularly like, because to me it has a phenomenological flavor that I want to avoid. Because actually the cognitive scientist doesn't necessarily say anything about whether thoughts resemble things in the external world, depending on how you interpret resemble. But often we use resemble to describe a visual or perhaps auditory resemblance, which is more phenomenological. But that claim is not at all essential, and I think I would reject that claim in most cases. There are some cases of phenomenal resemblance, but in most cases it's not at all. Resemblances are much more abstract and structural, I would say. So that's why I prefer to say correspondence rather than resemblance. But I mean, maybe that's not relevant. But anyway, so let me talk about this idea of correspondence. So for a start, I would say that to ask for a single explication of how correspondences work or what it means for something for a certain mental structure to correspond to some state of affairs in the world is to ask for an explanation at too high a level of generality, because there is no one format of mental representations. There are many formats of mental representations, and therefore the nature of the correspondence differs. So you just gave an example of maps. Maps are a good example to illustrate how this works, right? Where you can have, in fact, many different types of maps. Some maps preserve relative distances. Some, like maps of train networks, don't. They preserve relative ordering, but not the distances between stations. So we can understand, looking at these different examples, how different maps preserve different types of information, but we can see fairly readily what the nature of the correspondence is. Certain aspects of the map will correspond to the territory, whether it's relative position or simply order or relative distances and things like this, right? Now, that's a fairly simple case. Many types of mental representations aren't so simple, and they don't necessarily map to visual domains. But the idea is that there are correspondences that exist between structures or elements of a mental representation and then some things in the world. The nature of the correspondence will depend on the type of mental representation. So some mental representations are essentially visual, some are auditory, some have more of a list form, some take the form of mental maps, some are categorical, and many others that may be a sort of a complex combination of things, or maybe a repackaging of other forms of representations on representations. So we're not going to have a ready verbal description of exactly how these correspondences can exist. I don't think that's reasonable. What we need to be able to do is just construct like specific theories in specific cases. What I would say in general terms is that the notion of the correspondence, again, is that you can, I mean, I sort of think of this diagrammatically. You identify elements of the structure of a thought. Let's take a more abstract example of a thought, like a proposition. The dog bit the man, right? So that's a simple proposition. The components of that proposition, in this case, plausibly would be words. You can look at it at different levels of specificity or of abstractness, but let's look at the words as one level of the components of that more complex mental representation. Words are comprised of morphemes, which are comprised of letters, so there's more structure to it. So we have the words in terms of their lexical form. So man, what was it again? The dog bit the man, right? So man bites and dog. And then we have the roles that they play in the sentence. So subject, verb, and object, right? So those are all the key components of that sentence, the lexical component and the structuring, the syntactical structuring of those lexical components, the words in that particular sentence. That's the mental representation. Then we can talk about what the state of affairs is that it corresponds to. Well, whether it's talking about men biting dog, it's the dog bit the man. So that's actually a specific dog and a specific man. In order to identify exactly what was being referred to, you would need to contextualize that statement, obviously which man and which dog, right? But supposing we had the relevant context, we could then identify what you might call simple mapping, right? Between the component of the mental representation that refers to, that governs thought with respect to the man, right, which is the word man, right, and then likewise with the dog, and likewise the term bites. So each of these components you can think of as their meaning is the role that they play in thought. So the word bites, for example, that plays a certain role in thought. The idea is, in cognitive science, we have this certain pattern of activations that arises whenever we talk or hear or think about biting. And it may be modified by context and things, but there's some commonality to it, which is how we govern our thinking with respect to the idea of biting, right? And so that's activated when we hear or think about the notion of biting. Likewise, man and dog have their component representations, and then they're modified and combined together to form the whole sentence, which is a more complex form of representation. So the meaning of the whole representation is built up from the meaning of the components and processes that combine them together. So the overall complex representation, the proposition, refers to a particular physical interaction between organisms in the world, in virtue of the fact that the component parts, the words that make up the proposition, govern the components of the world that are interacting in a certain way. So the man activation governs thinking about men, and then you place it in a context, and then you identify it as corresponding to a particular, human being, right? And likewise with the dog, and likewise with biting. It's obviously more abstract when it's verbal, but the point is that the notion of correspondence doesn't have to be identifying like a bit of the brain with a bit of the world. It's more complicated than that. It's identifying structures or patterns of activation in the brain with regularities or structures or relations in the world. It's important to understand that you sort of can't do this. It's not like you could just look at the brain and know what the patterns of activation were that corresponded to any given thing. The only way you know that is to study it contextually. You have to, that's why meaning is holistic, right? It arises because of the interaction of lots of different functional roles together. That's one of the things that makes it hard to study. So I think that's a sort of a quick picture of how I see this as working. You have bits, you have smaller level representations which govern our thinking with respect to certain things, and then we combine those together using particular processes which govern our thinking with respect to more complex situations. And when there's an alignment of those types of activations, we say that there's a correspondence. And because correspondence is I think of it as a graded notion, that means that our thoughts can be more or less aligned with the world. If we think of a dog as having 6 legs for some bizarre reason, then our concept is a bit off the reality, because there aren't really dogs with 6 legs for the most part, right? So it admits of a sort of a gradation of levels of correspondence. I don't think of it as binary. But that's an example, just to pull this together. That's an example of how I think about a proposition as corresponding to the world. For any component of it, you can then ask, well, how does that correspond to the bit that it corresponded to? And you could break that down further and further and get more fine-grained levels of understanding. Other types of mental representations, whether they are images or lists or maps or categories, correspond in a bit of a different way. So I don't think there's going to be one overall story. And I will also add that we're still at early stages of understanding this. So, I've said a bunch of stuff. Feel free to respond. But that's sort of how I think about correspondence.
Sure.
To summarize the relevance of that.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe like what the main issue I have in terms of, I think that there's 2 issues in terms of what you said, and I'll try to communicate both of those things. One of them is that I think the sense of proposition that was deployed is one that isn't theory neutral between, you know, like the two views. And the other one would be that I think the direction of explanation is wrong, in the sense that the explanation begins with the like contested entity, the kind of inner phenomenal cognition, and then makes its way out to the world and the environment. Whereas I think, given my account of what, say, meaning something is, as this use by the speaker, what the person does as a kind of integrated organism or whatever, I think that is where the explanation begins, and then we sort of work our way.
That objection doesn't make any sense to me, because the objection, as I understood it, was this notion of correspondence isn't well developed, or it can't be explicated clearly. So obviously, when I'm explicating it, I'm going to make use to I'm going to refer to things, talk about things that are resources within my theory, because I'm explicating my theory. I'm not trying to give a theory neutral way of understanding it. I'm just trying to develop it in a way that responds to this objection that it's insufficiently clear.
Okay, sure. Well, let me take. Maybe I misunderstood then what was going on in terms of what you were doing. But so maybe I'll.
If the objection is correspondence doesn't make sense, then the response is, here's how it makes sense. Here's how we explicate it. And there's no need to use theory neutral language, because this is an internal clarification of what theory is supposed to be saying. That's how I understand it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason why I think that I agree that that's a thing that can be done. I think the reason why I think that it's relevant is kind of like because what I think we should be doing is sort of like, trying to look at both views and kind of see how they compare to each other. But of course, like that doesn't mean that there's not a role to be played communicatively by appealing to the resources of just one theory to explain what it has to say, right? So yeah, in terms of I do have issues with this notion of correspondence, because I sort of don't think that there's any content to the way that the inner phenomenal representation sort of corresponds or maps onto the world, or I think you use the word of like aligning as well. And a part of this is that, there's one particular sentence you said where you said structures or elements of the representation are mapped to things or something like that, right? Mm-hmm. And again, I think there's the two senses of that mapping going on, where in the one sense of the external characterization of a mapping or whatever, where you might say, the way that these sensory inputs map through the brain to certain processes, and then those processes sort of manifest themselves as behaviors. Well, then we have an explanation where I don't think that there's a phenomenal representation that corresponds to the world or anything like that, but that the correspondence is understood in terms of the pragmatic success of the behavior of the organism. So what I'm taking issue with is this notion that there is a phenomenal or intentional representation that corresponds, because I just don't think there's anything to that. All that kind of ends up being said is stuff like, the sentence is true if the sentence is true. Like you kind of like,
But that's not what I said at all. I said the sentence is true if there's a certain type of correspondence relationship that exists.
But it's what
correspondence is understood in terms of homeomorphism, which relates to identifying elements of one set with another, combined with the functional role that the components play in the cognition of a system. So I'm not saying snow is white if and only if snow is white. Like,
well, I think
a reductive theory that identifies what the correspondence is supposed to be in terms of specific components that it needs to have.
I think the issue is that as long as nothing has been said about the correspondence between the intentional inner aspect and the outer, then there isn't a sort of explication that is more than the kind of like disquotational schema type thing. I mean, maybe like,
but I did say more than that, right? I explained. It feels like you're just ignoring what I said. Like I specifically said about this notion of, I mean, a very simple example, if you don't like propositional examples is just to take a mental map, like a train map. And it's very easy to see what it means for the ordering of the stations to correspond or not correspond when we understand how to.
So this is all
that's a simple
external
form of correspondence.
Is the problem.
But we can have those in our heads. So what do you mean it's all external?
No, well, that's an external.
The idea of cognitive science is we have maps like that in our heads. Not
the problem is
but for many things.
And the issue is the two senses, though, right? So that I agree that my brain is in my head, right? And I agree that there is a mapping of nervous physiology that relates to the inputs that hit my senses and then the outputs in terms of my behavior, right? And that is like an external explanation. But if it's this additional inner phenomenal intentional character that I'm asking about, the sense in which that corresponds is the question.
So I haven't said anything about phenomenal states, and I want to avoid that for this discussion because I don't think that anything I'm saying requires phenomenology.
Well, intentional then.
Intentional and phenomenal are totally different things. Like phenomenal, as I understand it, means it feels like something. To have it intentional means it has a correspondence. It's a relationship, and much of our thinking, I think, is. So I said before that I think most human thought is intentional, perhaps all of it, but most human thought is not phenomenological. That is, it doesn't feel like anything to have. For example, when we retrieve memories, it doesn't feel like anything. Like when you think about the thing, it does, but the process of retrieving it doesn't feel like anything. Like that's not consciously accessible. So there's a big difference between phenomenological and intentional.
Yeah, well, I mean, let me get to, so like presumably, for example, you don't think like the patellar tendon reflex arc like represents the the hammer that hits the patellar tendon or whatever, right?
The reflex arc, you mean?
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, like what when you hit the patella, whatever it's called, I don't know the sensory input term, in terms of physiology, but when you hit that thing, it goes to the the central nervous system, it goes back, and I don't think you would say that there's like a cognition there that is representing.
Probably not, but that isn't
or has an intentional character.
Reflexes are not cognitive precisely because they. Yes, go ahead.
I agree. What I'm trying to get at is what the intentional part of this is doing, right? So, I mean, maybe to say a bit more then about the critique is that I think that there's a sense in which the intentional language might have a function almost like sociologically as like an explanatory gloss, right? To like motivate to motivate the inquiry in terms of making sense of aspects of our ordinary lives and worlds, where we have this talk of what words mean to us, what things seem like to us, and all this sort of stuff, and we're trying to have a scientific investigation into all that stuff. And so insofar as we want to relate this inquiry to that, I think that the explanation can work as providing that kind of explanatory gloss. But when we're in the realm of the theory itself, what I'm not sure is happening is that the intentional and internal aspect here is providing any content to the theory. I think that we only end up with like these external characterizations of where there's a different sense of cognition that's being used in the internal case, right? Now, when I'm trying to say more about that internal case, and this could be because I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it's because I'm trying to get there to be some content to that internal case. But if all of the words that are kind of invoked, it's like, well, not that. It's like, well, why not just drop that out, right? Like, what is it doing?
So if we are to understand what a map of the train network is doing, how people use that, I don't know how to do that without some notion of correspondence. And this is throughout all of cognitive science and cognitive neuroscience that I know about. People will ask, what is this mental process doing? What are these network of neurons doing? What is this brain region doing? And the answer is inevitably it represents something. It helps to process information that has representational content that plays a role in governing our thinking and ultimately behavior in the world. So I don't understand how you can say that it has no content. Like that's the whole point. That the whole point is that what cognition does is that we can't fit the world in our heads. So instead, we need things that function in a certain way to make predictions about the world and sort of understand it. And those things are representations, and they're causally structured such that manipulating representations in a certain way alters those representations in ways that systematically align with behaviors in the world. Like I can think about a ball rolling down a slope, or I can think about the ordering of stations on a train line, or like any other examples you like. That is a representation. It has intentionality because it corresponds to something outside of it. Its purpose is precisely to do that so that we can think about things that are too big to fit inside our heads. I don't understand how you can then say there's no content to the notion of intentionality. That is the entire point of the exercise, as far as cognitive science is understood.
Yeah, I think there isn't in the inner sense still, right? I think that this is still an external.
What do you mean the inner sense?
Well, I'm not sure.
I don't think
it's
you've
not a part of
characterized
my. I know, but the problem
is
is
it's not part of my theory either. So I guess we're like I haven't talked about it. I think inner sense is what's happening cognitively inside our brains. You agree that exists, but then you say
when you began talking about Frege, because when you began talking about like Frege and senses and things like that, was that inner sense, So I feel like.
Do you think that there's no difference between seeing the morning and the evening star? Like you're denying the existence of sense? Is that the claim?
Well, what I'm saying,
there are different ways to represent the same thing.
Well, that's a very complex question that you're asking me. I'm
just trying to get to what you mean by the inner sense, because I didn't actually use that terminology. That's your own terminology. The way I described it is this idea of a mental representation, and I did use the phrase inner there because I think that happens in the brain, as opposed to external, which is the correspondence component. But they're intimately connected. But I don't know what inner sense means really.
Well, this is a sense of cognition here, you see, that I think is a behavioral sense of cognition, and it doesn't get you to it doesn't get you to like intentionality as being aboutness, right? What this external sense gets you to is behaviors, and behaviors that in an environmental context are successful or not, but it doesn't get you to like isomorphic relationships between
Why
things.
not?
Well, because there's no.
There are isomorphic relations between things. The example of the train map clearly illustrates that. If you think that people can remember maps in their heads,
but there's not a train map in your brain. That's the.
But there is literally there is though. That's what I'm claiming.
Right, and so when
not a paper map, obviously, but a map in serving that function. Yes, absolutely, there is.
So
that's how our brains work. That's the claim.
But like so I'm trying to get to what I think the point of disagreement is here, which is like, so when do you say that, right? And I think that you say that when the behavior is successful, and this is where I say I think that. Okay, so
I think that's wrong. That's not well, maybe sometimes. I mean, one of the things that I sent you is a version of the document that I have been using to write up my thoughts on this, on these issues, and that had a number of links to examples of instances where scientists have inferred the existence of mental representations based on certain phenomena. I think that the way a behaviorist thinks about things, at least as I understand it, is that they only think about stimuli and behavior, particularly in terms of reinforced behavior, like success is the way you've described it. And that's not really how a cognitive scientist thinks, at least from my point of view. And that's part of it. Like, obviously, those things matter. I described cognition as what happens between stimuli inputs and behavioral outputs. Obviously, there's a component there, but the idea is we don't infer the existence of some sort of mental representation or a correspondence relationship when behavior succeeds. Successful behavior is part of the picture. Obviously, that's the ultimate purpose of mental representations, but I would say that's a sloppy inference, and that's not how you go about this. What we do is we try to explain the mappings, the relationships between stimuli and behaviors. We make sense of them using the theoretical postulates of representations. And I would say increasingly we can, go ahead.
Well, this is the question though, is, so what grounds are, what grounds our inference to a cognition, right, actually being there or not being there. So, you know, suppose we sort of like had our cognitive theory here, and we're saying, look, you know, my cognitive theory says that you now have the this sentence cognition, but you're like, I'm not thinking of and I'm not producing that sentence or something. I mean, obviously, this case doesn't make sense, because if you said that sentence, then you're sort of invoking that sentence. But you get what I mean. You design some experiment where the plan is to induce a person to some type of behavior that you claim is, I don't know, happiness or you know, moral discourse or something like that. And you've got some theory about a cognition, and then they don't produce that behavior in the way that, you know, you say they should, but they do have, you know, the brain region that's connected to the cognition lighting up. And I think that it's the behavior that grounds our explanations in all these cases, and then the inference to the cognition is the upshot of the behavior.
The inference to the cognition is the upshot of the behavior.
There are some, of course, there are some more complicated cases, of course, but I think that is like the.
I think that was true as of the 1960s or 1970s. I think with neuroimaging, well, even EEG, actually, we have other ways of connecting, because what we can do with neuroimaging effectively, like you can combine it with. Sorry, I'm jumping a few steps here. Behavior is one important tool we use to study cognition and make inferences about mental representations. That's absolutely true. But it doesn't mean you can just simply infer one. I mean, I think your comment before indicated that, but I don't think you would affirm that. Obviously, you need to design careful experiments and then test rival explanations, like putting, like one example of navigation of rats in mazes, which I know you've looked into a little bit, involves setups where, I mean, this is not actually my area of expertise, so I only have a crude knowledge of this, but it involves different setups where rats learn to navigate mazes in certain ways, and then you put them in a different location, or you change the setup slightly so that it requires them to perform actions that haven't been reinforced. And you find that rats will take actions which it seems are best explained by the idea that they have an internal mental representation that allows them to formulate novel behaviors that previously they hadn't been reinforced to do. So you can't explain their behaviors purely in terms of reinforcement of specific actions. It's sort of context-specific reinforcement that requires a integration of previous reinforcements in a way which many people think is best explained by postulating some sort of cognitive map, right? Now, beyond that, though, I think that we do have, this is what I was saying just a moment ago, we do have methods now that allow us to study brain activity, well, sometimes directly, but often more indirectly, like through the bold response in fMRI or magnetic response in MEG and things like that. But we have ways of indirectly measuring brain activity, and we can correlate that with sensory inputs that we can control. And so we can actually see particular types of ultimately brain activity, like measured indirectly. We can see how these patterns of activity correlate with aspects of the stimulus. And so if you can say, for example, that certain cells are disproportionately activated in the presence of human faces under sufficiently wide range of circumstances. I mean, that research is a bit complicated, but just to make it a bit simple for sake of argument, you can say that the way to describe this typically would be these cells represent human faces, or at least are involved in the representation of human faces. So you can directly correlate stimuli with brain activity, which doesn't actually require behavioral response, at least not always. So I think that it used to be true that we had to rely entirely on behavior. And even then, I think you can do a lot by designing careful experiments and testing competing models and using that to make inferences about what's happening inside the brain. More recent techniques, I think, allow us to move away from that so that we don't have to rely entirely on behaviors, at least external behaviors. I mean, what's happening in the brain is a behavior in a sense. But the point is, I don't think that there's going to be a very simple methodology that I can tell you this is how you do it. I mean, cognitive science is complicated. And in fact, most sciences aren't like this. You can't just give an algorithm. I was having a debate with someone the other day about design. And they asked me, like, how do you infer the existence of design? And I said, well, I don't think there's any one way. Like, design is a complicated idea, and it's going to depend on the exact circumstances. Like when we're looking at fossil tools, for example, is the example that I gave. Like, there's a certain set of characteristics and knowledge that we appeal to determine whether a given artifact is, well, a given finding, a given thing is a human artifact, or whether it might be made by other animals or some geological process. And then I said, well, in other contexts, it will make some sort of different inference. And they weren't happy with this because they seem to want like one universal method to infer. I mean, they had their own method to infer design, which they're using as a design argument. I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm just saying that I think that this is asking for something that's impossible. There's no one simple way to infer whether a mental representation exists. It's very context specific. The general approach is to try to understand whether is to say, do we need to postulate some sort of intervening representation between stimulus and behavior, which usually relates to whether behavior can be flexibly recombined in novel circumstances. If the answer is yes, then often we would infer the existence of a representation. The other circumstance is, can we find reliable mappings, like correlations between particular types of brain activity and particular stimuli? And if the answer is yes, we would usually say that that brain activity represents some aspects or some features of the stimulus. Those are the two very broad methods, but the specifics obviously come down to particular cases, and it's hard to give more specific details than that. But I mean, I've linked some examples too. Like there's so many in the literature. We could talk about some specific ones if you're interested. I know most about language because that's my area and how we make inferences about brain representations of language.
Yeah, I think there's a few things about this that I think are maybe just slight differences from what behaviorists themselves would say, like characterizing their views, right? So one of them is that I think often behaviorism is being exclusively identified with stimulus-response behaviorism. And I think that that's a very specific type of behaviorist theory, and one that is, inadequate and wrong, even if it has some merits. And I think that, a similar thing could be done with certain cognitive theories, where you could point to some cognitive theories that, are inadequate for some experimental data or are wrong in some way. And that wouldn't sort of show that, all cognitive science is wrong. Of course, that also doesn't mean that behaviorism's right as well, because, that's kind of like, what a flat earther would do, they'd say. So
So contemporary and activists, as I understand it, don't deny the existence of, I don't know what term they use exactly. They don't deny the existence of internal structures that facilitate mapping of stimulus to action. What they deny is that these have any, that these count as representations because they don't have inferential content. That's how I understand it. So that might be sort of what you think. Now, what I don't think they've actually argued this very convincingly, but I mean, that's my bias, obviously, but I don't see what the main criticisms of this line in literature is to say that we can't make clear enough sense of the notion of correspondence, which is what you mentioned before. And I think we can well enough for the purposes, particularly if you narrow it to specific cases. It's harder to give a general theory because it's more abstract. But I think when you narrow it to more specific cases, it's easier. But anyway, we could talk more about that. But the point is, like, I don't really care whether someone calls themselves a behaviorist or not. I'm just interested in, like, what you think, what I think. We can discuss our views and what we think is the best way to think about things. So typically, I contrast the cognitivists from behaviorists, and activism is a slightly different, more modern formulation, which deny, in some sense, the existence of mental representations. And to me, this seems wrong because I think that we can characterize what they are relatively well enough, and that they form important explanatory, they play important explanatory roles in our theory. And so that's what I want to push back against, is when people say, like you said before, there's no content to this notion of intentionality or of correspondence, and it seems to me that there is.
Right. So I mean, I think that within this there is a methodological and sort of like a meta-theoretical disagreement, or maybe there isn't a disagreement so much.
I was just looking at chat.
Yeah. So this relates back to this point of what is it that grounds our inquiry investigations. So I agree with what you're saying, that there are inferences that can be made as a result of brain imaging studies. I don't think that the fact that you can make those inferences is actually in conflict with behaviorism, or what behavioristic theories have to say. The point is that the ground truth, as it were, for our psychological predicates is the study of behavior. So, and perhaps, this is something that you disagree about, but that, this comes down to the case that suppose that, you had some kind of theoretical framework, you have some brain imaging study, and you make some inferences about a region of the brain that correlates or corresponds to some psychological predicate, right? But then you made predictions off of that, where you have an experimental design that then says, okay, we're now going to image people's brains in this environment or in these circumstances where we think that they're going to produce this behavior or something. And I mean, this is a moralizing example, right? And it's not to say that cognitive scientists are evil or something, but suppose it's like something to do with pain, right? And you're like, and the person in the experiment's like, I'm in pain. But then you're like, well, you don't have the right cognition. The right cognitive area isn't lighting up. You wouldn't just be like, so proceed with the experiment. Instead, the source or ground for our attribution of a psychological predicate like pain is the behavior fundamentally. And the behavior, I think as well, this is what makes it complicated, is that behavior isn't like a static essential thing as well. It's always changing over time. And so I think that psychological inquiry begins with a sort of empirical investigation and description of behavior. And then we sort of like work, I think, backwards from there through what the causal processes in the physiology are that stand behind that. And I think that where that is different from like the cognitive paradigm is, I think that in the cognitive paradigm, cognitive scientists are often beginning with this theoretical postulate of the cognition, and attributing psychological predicates that belong to the organism to these cognitions and things, and then sort of like working outwards from there. And I think that is maybe a big disagreement.
Right, that's interesting. So that's helpful, that characterization. So in terms of your pain example, I quite like that as an example, because it's true that currently no researcher should do that. If a participant says they're in pain, you wouldn't respond, or you shouldn't respond, or the right brain area is not activated. However, I think that it's quite possible that our science will reach a point where we can do that. We're not there now, but I think that it's quite plausible that could happen, because that is a plausible inference you can make with other bodily systems. I just remember something. This is not exactly parallel, but it just reminded me of it. It's interesting. This related to someone who has been giving a patient who has been given a treatment by a doctor. I can't remember exactly what it was for, but it doesn't matter. It was some symptom that some condition that involved symptoms that they were experiencing, right? And they were giving them, I think it was a drug intravenously, right? And the patient, and they was just sort of in the process of doing, the patient said, yes, I can, they expressed a relief. And the thing is that they hadn't even started injecting the drug yet. So at that point, what we're not going to do is deny that they're experiencing that, right? That's not the point of what I'm saying. What we can say is that their experience has nothing to do with any physiological effect of the drug on pain receptors or anything like that. That's what the patient attributed it to. That's what they thought was happening, and they were wrong. Yeah, right? We know enough about how all of that works to say that. And likewise, in other cases where we know enough about the underlying biology, we can actually differentiate accurate from inaccurate reports. Now, maybe you'd say, well, the pain report is such that it can never be wrong. Well, we could debate that, but other types of reports about people's cognition definitely can. We have ample evidence of that. Of course, you do have to be tricky here about exactly how you define your terms about. But anyway, I think people can absolutely be wrong about their cognitions in terms of subconscious influences and priming effects and lots of other things I think we have evidences for. So pain is one where we're not at that level yet. But so I agree that psychological research should proceed beginning from behavior. And partly that's just because psychological terms are, as you say, defined, grounded in behavioral terms, or at least involving behavioral elements. And so we need to begin from there. So I don't dispute that at all. I would say that we have been engaging in cognitive science since, depends exactly how long you go, 80, 100 years or something like that, depending on how you date these things. It's a long time. And so I don't think we have to say that because in some sort of metatheoretical sense, studies of cognition need to proceed from behavior, that therefore every piece of work needs to proceed from that point of view. Like we've moved quite a long way from there.
Yeah, it's not.
And
just to clarify, it's not. Yeah, that's not the extent of the claim. It's more to do with like the what grounds what. Like it's always dependent on that in some sense, but the relationship might be a very complicated one through.
But I completely agree with that. But what I would say is that a lot of cognitive science, I mean, like honestly, any discipline, it proceeds by making assumptions, developing conceptual frameworks, and applying those in more intricate ways in more specialized circumstances, and building theory on that. And so a lot of that theory is crap. Like I think that's true for most disciplines, but it does mean that it often becomes more abstract and more derived from more fundamental phenomena. Like in fundamental physics, this is something I experienced when I was studying physics at the graduate level. You study quantum field theory, which is the theoretical formalism for understanding what happens in particle accelerators. And then there's something that they call it like particle phenomenology or something like that, which is more it's not directly experimental because you're not actually like running the experiments, at least I wasn't, but it's more dealing with the data and learning how to learning how to describe what's happening in a particle accelerator and interpreting the measurements that they take. And the point is, drawing a link from the theory to what's actually happening is incredibly convoluted and difficult, right? And those theories are very well, I'm not saying that cognitive science is developed to that extent. That's not the comparison I'm making. What I'm saying is pretty much every discipline has difficulties and there's a lot of complexities and layers connecting theory with sort of what at some underlying level grounds that theory, which is some sort of observational aspect. And it's true in cognitive science as well. So I'm in agreement there that in some sense, behavior is ultimately going to ground all psychological inquiry. I think introspection plays some role as well, but ultimately behavior grounds psychological inquiry because if for nothing else, psychological predicates are defined in those terms and we need to proceed from there. I also have some sympathy, by the way, with people like the Churchlands and what's his face, Daniel Dennett, who argued that terms in folk psychology, like belief, for example, may need to be revised or even eliminated in some cases in light of our developing science. Because the basic idea is that the terms that we begin from that we begin with using in a folk psychological sense aren't necessarily going to map to the formal, the system and the concepts, the apparatus that we have in a developed cognitive science or behavioral science, or either way. So we might need to revise these. So I'm sort of open to that as well. But I don't see that is inconsistent with the idea that as part of that explanatory process, we, postulate the idea of representations and the different aspects of it that I've described. So I think that it's consistent. Now, where I understand this as deviating from people like Skinner, at least, is that, he thought that there was stuff going on in the brain and that's all fine. And what he thought was that as a methodological approach, in order to properly explain behavior, you needed to move outside of the organism. If you terminated your explanation or relied in some direct sense on something happening inside the organism or in their brain or their mind or whatever, then that was sort of unsatisfactory. And he thought ultimately whatever's happening in there will ground out into something that's outside the organism, like a stimulus or something in their environment. And so he methodologically didn't like to appeal to mental representations, right? Because he thought that was explanatorily vacuous or circular or non-explanatory, something like that. And cognitivists, as I understand it, simply disagree with that, and they think that there's a lot of value in postulating. Of course, you need to test, but in utilizing this notion of internal mental representations, and that not every theory needs to do the full gamut from behavior right back to stimulus or like other types of behavior, that there's a lot of room for intermediate levels of explanation as well.
Yes. So, in terms of what you're saying about the relationship of this problem to problems in other sciences, I definitely agree that there's like a sort of resemblance and some commonality in terms of, I think, philosophical and methodological problems that are coming up. I think I've actually seen quite a stark relationship between this and theoretical physics, particularly when it comes to, and you'll know much more about these topics than me, but when it comes to like disputes over interpretations of quantum mechanics, and also over like cosmology and explanations of the ultimate like structure of the universe and cosmological origins and stuff, where often there's like quite a lot of uncertainty and ambiguity. The experimental data is like heavily underdetermined, and there's a lot of disagreement where people are taking like, say, different theoretical approaches, postulating different entities, and it's not even really clear always what exactly the disagreements are or what the grounds are for choosing for like theory choice and stuff. Like actually I was learning recently, I don't mean to detract too much from what we're talking about like what some of like Hoyle's objections were to the Big Bang, and like how he responded to like the observation of the cosmic microwave background or whatever. And then like he postulates that there's all this like dust through the universe that is like reflecting stuff in weird ways, and like it's like what is more of a cost to your theory really? Is it like postulating this weird dust, or is it like what you'd have to postulate in a
there was a steady state view which said that there was new matter being created at the right rate to allow for the expansion but maintain a steady state of the universe, which would avoid having to postulate an ultimate beginning. It's similar to when to the heliocentrists who were confronted with the fact that there was no observable stellar parallax back in the 17th and 18th centuries, responding that, well, all of the stars are just super duper far away, that you can't observe that. In that case, they were correct. But at the time, I don't think there was good reason for thinking that. It was...
Well, just to... again, not...
So this is always an issue.
But just to maybe resist that move is exactly as close to what, say, geocentrists were doing, is like, I think that the motivating desiderata was something more like that some aspect of the laws of physics holds like consistently at all scales and times across the universe, which seems
actually... Sorry, who was this motivating?
Hoyle, I think. I don't quite understand the dispute very well, but just to say, like, that actually seems quite important to physics, and sort of like dispensing it seems to raise a now maybe dispensing with it is the appropriate thing to do, but the problem is, I'm saying, like, when you get into that, there are problems like this across all the sciences which are like they're incredibly tricky and just highly underdetermined, and they go quite like deep in terms of like what are you even trying to do with your theory and the subject and stuff. So I agree with what you're saying, that there's a relationship, and I don't have like some general theoretical principle or something to sort of like resolve these issues. I think maybe even my approach might be contextualist, where there'd be like differences in different sciences depending on like methods and aims in each of those sciences.
I mean, I'm broadly happy with that. I've just made a similar argument with respect to talking about mental representations, because there's a wide range of them, and I've tried to give broad outlines of how I think it works, but the details are always going to need to be filled in with particular cases. And I think that it's perfectly fine to be skeptical of certain work in cognitive science, like I am as well. I'm not defending all work that happens. What I am defending is the broad notion of representation against, I think, what are very, very theoretical objections. Maybe that's wrong, but...
Well, hopefully in a second I'll be able to add a bit more substance to see what you think to a line of objection.
Did you want me to talk about the Mereological aspect? Because we haven't talked about that so far.
Yeah, let's come on to that. But just one thing to say about the characterization of Skinner's claim about to properly explain behaviorism, you need to begin outside the organism with a stimulus. I don't think that Skinner like consistently maintained a commitment to something like stimulus response behaviorism. I think his point is more in line with like that point that I was making about even if we are making inferences, right, with respect to brain imaging or sort of like, you know, deep theory of what's going on inside the mind, that theory is always only going to work if there's some kind of like connection of it back to behavioral, you know, back to kind of like how behavior is understood and operationalized.
Well, it depends what you're trying to explain, I think. If you're using, I would say if you're using predicates in folk psychology, then yes. But you can develop a language. I don't know that anyone's really done this, but if you're using terms that aren't part of that, maybe purely in terms of neural circuitry and statistical notions, for example, then I don't think that's necessarily true. And I do think neuroscience has been moving more in that direction. We're a long way from being there yet, because I mean, and ultimately we do want to, if we're reasoning about thinking, we do want to connect our theories to how we do thinking, or at least how it seems to us that we're doing thinking. And so at some point that needs to make contact with folk psychology. But that doesn't necessarily mean we need to keep folk psychology, as opposed to like reforming it and saying, well, these ideas that we have about how our thoughts work is actually a bit mistaken.
Yeah, I kind of, I agree with you in terms of like, that's what's going on. I think maybe there's a sense in which I think some of that is wrong, and I want to clarify what I see as like relevant and important distinctions between maybe what psychologists are doing with psychology understood as a human science and what neuroscientists are doing, where neuroscientific inquiry certainly has a very important role to play, right? And I think that all of these behaviors have causal explanations in terms of neurophysiology. There's no like, you know, there's no like aspect of this that is impervious to that type of explanation. I think, you know, we will have explanations actually that consistently explain all of what's going on behind the scenes eventually. It's more like then there will be some interplay from the neurosciences back into you know, folk psychology or whatever, because the folk are going to be educated in sciences and they'll come to understand and conceptualize themselves differently. But then even those bits of language will take on a life of their own in a social context.
Yeah, that happens as well. Yeah, I agree. The word atom is a good example of that, in my opinion.
Yeah, and or even, you know, like when people say like, oh, I need to get my dopamine hit, and you know, you see it actually.
Oh, I hate that so much. It's so good. Left brain, right brain.
Yes, and like genetic explanations for things as well. Like evolution, I guess I've got the industrious gene or something. It's in my genes.
Yeah,
like,
there's a lot of that. Yes,
I think that a lot of that kind of stuff is often just like soul talk with a scientific window dressing kind of thing. But yeah, what the point is that I'm making is that I still think that as psychology is construed as like a human science, the relevant domain is always going to be this like descriptive task of explaining what is it that humans are actually doing, right? Like overall, and fully describing that behaviorally. And, you know, if there's some like theory of neural states that realize or explain that behavior, it's sort of not for the neuroscientist to like turn around to society and say like, now you've got to stop talking this way. Like you have to now talk in terms of the terms of my theory or something like that, because they're just not trying to do the same sort of like, you know, like their goals or whatever as people are being realized by, or they might not be, right? I mean, there might be a case where using this language would be more useful for people who are I don't know, studying.
I don't entirely agree with this. So take the example of demonic possession. Now, I don't think we can say that neuroscientists are how we know that there's no such thing as demonic possession. I could probably come up with a better example, but that's just what watching too much Cameron, right? But maybe scientists more broadly, or a scientific worldview, allowed us to determine, or some of us to determine, that demonic possession doesn't really make sense, isn't physically possible, and doesn't happen, right? And certainly that we can explain alleged demonic possessions without appealing to actual spirits or something like that. We can explain through other psychological processes. I think it's actually totally fine then for the scientists to sort of say, you should stop using this discourse. Like it's not correct, and it's actually harmful in a bunch of ways. No single experiment is going to allow you to make that inference, right? But I'm talking about a collection of results, theories, and alternate explanations, which, you know, which reaches a certain point where we can say that this folk psychological way of thinking about this aspect of behavior is wrong and also unhelpful. And so we're actually going to say we should stop thinking about it in this way. Another perhaps example is human sexuality. Where traditionally, at least in most societies, there was an idea of a very rigid sexual binary, which was mapped to a gender binary, and the social roles were assumed to sort of follow naturally from sort of innate characteristics. Again, I would say findings from the psychology and sex studies and biology, genetics, and a variety of factors allow us to know that that's in fact not the case. It's not as wrong, I would say, as the demon case, but they're still wrong in a lot of ways. Or race actually would be another one. So I think that there are times when social and biological sciences can tell us, can have information that's relevant to reforming our ordinary linguistic practices. Oh,
I'm muted. Yeah, I realized. I agree with you that there are some cases. I think what maybe the point of disagreement here is like that I don't think that there's any sort of like in principle rule determining like what is more fundamental than what, because in terms of like who gets to prescribe what to who, because I think who gets to prescribe that or it is dependent upon what the concerns of a person are, because that's determining like what their aims of inquiry are. So for a lot of,
I'm not quite that relativist, I suppose, but maybe that gets us beyond this discussion.
Yeah,
I think if you have good reasons and evidence to support something, then you have a basis for advocating that.
Yeah, and I think that my view would be that reasons and evidence sort of only really make sense given some like aim or goal or value or something like that. You know, so like something, in my opinion, would only...
I sort of agree, but I don't think that those aims or goals have to be held by any specific individual.
Yeah, and I think that would probably be a point of disagreement where I'm not sure.
Yeah, but that gets us beyond this discussion, I think.
Which is okay. And I have something else as well that I think it would be good to talk about. But there was something you mentioned where you said, "Shall we move on to this?" I can't remember what it was. Do you want to...
Mereological concern about...
Yes, that was
explanations.
Yeah, let's go on to that then.
So do you want to recap again what the concern is here?
Yeah, so what the concern is that there are these sort of terms that are like predicates of psychology, right? Like that we're often interested in explaining or understanding in our explanations. There are other things that neuroscience is doing, of course, but these might be like, say, terms of moral discourse, you know, like what's the psychology of goodness and badness or right and wrong? What's the psychology of happiness? What's the psychology of pain? And these predicates are attributed to persons or organisms, by which I would mean like the behavior of the organism as a whole. And the Mereological concern is saying that what's sometimes going on is where people have these theoretical postulates that they're committed to, they end up attributing these predicates to parts of the organism. You know, what one example actually would be like reference as well, where they say things like, you know, this brain state or this these neurons or this function of, you know, these neurons refers to something, where that is sort of like a kind of fallacy of division or something like that mistake, because it's the person or the speaker that refers the whole organism, or it's the person or the speaker that is happy and not you know, the neurons that are happy, or it's not like the neurons that refer. And this sort of like Mereological mistake, the idea is, then leads to like theorizing about some of these psychological things in a mistaken way.
Well, this is super interesting, right? So this is not the sort of objection I would have expected you to take, because like Mereology is like sort of deep in the metaphysics, and usually you don't sort of like this stuff. But okay, so would you say my heart pumps blood or I pump blood around my body? Or
yeah,
how would you describe that?
Yeah, that's a good point. I think I'm happy with the heart talk. Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, in some sense, my body pumps blood around itself, like, but it's just heart is more specific. It's the organ that does the pumping. So often that's a useful way to talk about that. So I think the same thing happens with respect to cognition. Cognition pretty much at least a large part of it. I mean, we talked about embodied cognition as well, but I would still say most cognition happens in the brain in some very literal sense, like the neural activity that instantiates the cognition is physically located there. But also, if we're talking functionally, like when there's a disruptions to cognition due to psychological or a disease or injury, we can localize that to some part of the brain. And to understand the physical processes, we look to neural activity in the brain. That's sort of where it is. So I don't want to say we always need to talk in those terms, just like there's multiple levels of explanation. So, but it doesn't seem wrong, at least in particularly scientific context, to localize representations to say the brain. But often we'll talk about the mind as well. And many cognitive scientists will sort of flip between those and not strongly clarify which they're talking about. And at some levels, it may be fine to talk about the organism as a whole as possessing these sort of representations. I just see these as different ways of describing ultimately the same thing. But I feel like that your concern is a bit deeper than that.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, I think the first thing I'd want to then clarify, right, is I don't actually at the minute have a clear idea of why it is that I'm okay with the heart case and not okay with the cognition case. So what I want to get clear about is like why it is that I'm okay, why it is that I think it's correct to talk that way in the case of the heart case, and then I want to see if that is relevantly similar to the cognition case. I mean, do you have some idea in your mind about what the relevant similarity is between the two cases to begin with, and then I can think about that for myself, I guess.
Well, let me explain how I think about it. So I think that the human body is comprised of different actually, let's take it even a step back from that. At one level of very crude analysis, we can say the human body is a lump of tissues that does stuff, right? And that's true in some very crude sense, but it's more disaggregated than that. There are types of tissues that have specialized functions, and we know this through studying biology and genetics and other things like that. We've learned, I mean, Harvey discovered that the heart's function is to pump blood around the body through the circulatory system, and it's I've used the term function there. This is not accidental. Its role, what it does is to circulate oxygenated blood around the body to bring oxygen to our tissues and then to bring deoxygenated blood back to the heart so it's pumped to the lungs and all that sort of good stuff, right? That's its function. That's what it does. You can't know that just sort of by looking at it, right? And I'm deliberately making this connection because that's essentially a theoretical postulate. All those diagrams you see in books, right? These are abstract models. Now, they're more concrete than a lot of cognitive science because you can see visual resemblances because they're often depicted in a visual way, but there's a lot of information there and that the way they're abstracted. I mean, anyone who's actually done a dissection of an organism knows that like you've got the diagram there which shows all the different types of tissues nicely color-coded, and then there's this lump of mess here. I'm like, what the hell? And it's really very theory laden how you go through and identify the different components and attribute a function to them. I mean, you're doing that on the basis of theory, not on the basis of just like crude resemblance. So the point is we study parts of the body, and through very difficult collection of data and experiments and theorizing, we come to understand the function or functions of different parts of the body, both how to differentiate them, like what counts as part of the circulatory system versus what's part of the nervous system or whatever else, or the digestive system, and then what they do. And there are some functions of the parts of the body, like maybe the appendix, which we're still not even sure if it has a function or what that might be. Now, that's the circulatory system and the heart specifically. Let's come to the brain. Well, I think it's much the same. The brain is part of the nervous system. We know that has a crucial role in processing information, getting information externally, and or sensory data, and transmitting signals to our muscles to tell them how to move. There's obviously a lot more to that, though. The brain, I would say, is more complex than the heart in the sense that pumping is a relatively simply described activity in terms of contraction of heart muscles and contraction volumes and things like that. What the brain is doing is much more complex than that. But I would say conceptually, we use similar processes to first differentiate it from other systems in the body, like the digestive system or the muscular system, and then second of all, to identify and explicate its specific functions. I think in a very broad sense, you can say the function of the brain is to integrate complex signals that come from our sensory apparatus and then process them, integrate them in a way that determines and causally generates the right patterns of motor responses to achieve success for the organism. But and that's everything I've said there is, I know, perfectly consistent with the behaviorist approach. What I would say is we need to go beyond that. Is if we want to understand how does that work, what are the causal processes that are happening, and how do they generate the behaviors in the different contexts? Mental representations are a very useful theoretical apparatus to deploy there. And so I see there's a difference in complexity and maybe the level of abstraction that we describe the system at, but I see them as similar in terms of how we approach the overall problem.
So I was thinking there about that the heart and the brain cases, and I know that this might sound unprincipled. I think I have some principled thinking here. I think I do actually think that the phrase "the heart pumps" falls foul of the same sort of Mereological concerns. But I think what it is that I'm so familiar with people saying that phrase that I just haven't really thought about it and paid any attention to it, right? So I was like thinking about this, like, well, why do I feel like so happy in saying that? And in what sense do I think the heart is pumping? And like, what do I sort of like think of and mean by pumping, right? So my concept of pumping is like something to do with like movements and fluids and pressures and so forth. And yeah, sure, the heart is playing a role of doing that. But I actually do think, as I reflect on it, that it is like false to say in abstract that the heart pumps. I think what is required in terms of a complete scientific explanation is to specify because like I don't think, well, it's because I think of maybe even the polysemy of that term pumping, right? Because it's like if you take the heart out of the system and then it's like doing that, it's not pumping because it's not performing that role, but it's the electricity. So I think this is like maybe the explanatory gloss point, right? Where it's like there are certain ways of talking maybe that act as these motivations or maybe even shorthands for thinking, but when we get into like the context of trying to produce our fine-grained scientific explanation, actually these concerns do come up. And so it's like, well, there's a sense in which the heart pumps and there's a sense in which it doesn't.
Yeah, well, let me just make a few comments to that. So one is obviously the heart pumps blood is a 4-word approximation of a lot of understanding we have about the neurophysiology and functions of the heart. That being said, I think it's entirely correct to say that, and I don't have any qualms with saying that. What you've said reminds me of the famous quote from Carl Sagan: "If you wish to make an apple pie from scratch, you must first invent the universe, or create the universe, something like that." Right? The idea is, well, from scratch, like you got to go from the beginning. Now, I think that we shouldn't take as the goal of science to provide a complete explanation of anything, really. Maybe in some very vague sense as the ultimate objective to like all of human scientific inquiry in some sort of idealized sense, but not in any really practical sense. Any explanation that we give is only partial in the sense that we take certain things as just sort of given for the purpose of that explanation. We take a certain background of assumptions, and then usually we explain with contrast to other potential explanations or at least other potential eventualities. And so exactly what form that takes depends on the context, right? And there's a lot to say there, which you identify. But I think that it's a bit, if we're to become uncomfortable with the idea of saying, well, the heart is a pump, which I think is a very simple and clear way to explicate what it is that Harvey found out that's really important about the heart that previously was not known. I think if we can't even say that, then it's sort of hard to make sense of a lot of what humans do, especially scientific inquiry. But I would also say that I would say that the similar statement with respect to the brain is something like the brain processes information. The notion of a pump is more simple, perhaps more relatable than the notion of process information, which is theory laden, and we could talk a lot about what that means. But I would also say that that's a key insight about what the nervous system is doing, which was previously not known or even understood before we had the relevant concepts. So, but I'm also relating them to that because the notion of the heart pumping is a functional conceptualization, which is functional language is rife in biology, right? And there's philosophical dispute about this, like how do we understand that? But I would say that fits very well with the mental representations paradigm when we understand that as a functional role, because I think that it's very similar what we're doing here. We're attributing certain functions and explicating
what's happening in terms of those functions, not in terms of some sort of innate inherent natures.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I think that what's going on here is really dependent upon what the aims of our inquiry are. Like, what are we trying to do and what are we trying to find out? And that's where I say, you know, I can imagine a whole bunch of contexts where I'm just happy with saying like the heart pumps blood because all of the details of that aren't relevant. But then, you know, I can also imagine these other cases where that's just not sort of like right. And I agree with what you're saying that, yeah, like there's a sense in which like a full explanation would just be like this insane demand that no theory can meet. But I think that is like maybe at one extreme, right, where there's this kind of in between case where, okay, we're not giving like a super coarse grained kind of like reference to an explanation, but we're also not trying to explain absolutely everything, but we are engaged in, you know, like quite deep issues in science, and these issues are to do with a whole bunch of making sense of like complicated data and commitments. And so our theories now are quite detailed, and, you know, and actually we don't want to like uncautiously maybe introduce aspects of ways of talking in other contexts into those theories. So, you know, a good example of this might be the way that some people talk about like teleological explanations, where they say, you know, like the aspects of the body are therefore, you know, they aim at, and there's some deep metaphysical sense of like teleology.
Well, I think functional explanations are necessarily teleological. Well, actually, when I say that,
it depends on what you mean. Yeah, this is. I think I agree with you that there's.
Now that I say that, I'm not sure I agree, but at least sometimes they are, and there's a connection. This is what I mean.
Yeah, it's that what I think some people will try to do is like take a sort of maybe looser sense of adding some explanatory gloss about, you know, like what genes do or the way that selection works or something like that, and then they'll like read off of that something into the deeper mechanism, where the deeper mechanism is actually understood purely in terms of like efficient causes. There isn't like, you know, this aim directedness of genes and stuff. I think I'm struggling to connect it to the exact sorts of claims, but I think you've encountered this when you talk to like these Lamarckians, right, about, you know, like natural selection DNA, where they're like, oh, well, you don't deny that.
Well, theists sometimes talk about this because they identify any type of function in biology and then argue explicitly or implicitly that this implies that some kind of agent put that function in or made it that way. And this is not how I understand function. And this connects back to something you said before, by the way, that this idea, which is an older critique, that the appealing to mental representations necessitates an implicit appeal to some sort of inner homunculus, which like views the representations. And I think this is false, and this is not what I understand a mental representation to be. It's characterized in terms of what its function, which is characterized in terms of ultimately causal processes. Functions are certain types of causal processes. We could talk about what I mean by that exactly, but we don't need to postulate any sort of innate essence, and we don't need to postulate any sort of designer behind it or homunculus looking at it in the cognition case. All it is functional language, as I understand it, is a shorthand for talking about a bunch of complicated physical mechanisms of a certain type, right? And it's often very useful in scientific explanations because it helps us to get at regularities that are important for us to make sense of the world. If we had infinitely expandable brains or whatever, infinite compute, we might not need to have any high level sciences or any functional language at all. You could just talk about like the complete distribution of fundamental particles or whatever, you know, like the Laplacian vision, right? But because we're not like that, we need high level abstractions, and we need to identify regularities that are relevant to processes that occur of interest to us. The notion of function is, I think, at least I don't know how to do cognitive science or biological science without that, and I think it comes up elsewhere as well. And so that's why I think we need that. And once we have this notion of function, I think that we can apply it very fruitfully to make sense of mental representations.
Yeah, I think that there are, for me, these issues that stem through to the way that terms like computation, information, and representation are being used still, that I think we can get onto. But I just sticking on this Mereological point for now, just to not kind of go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is like so I think that there is something sort of similar going on in the case of the brain here, to the case of like the heart, or when people talk about like genes and selection and stuff. I actually think there's a very similar case where people making intelligent design arguments talk about like the specification of the information in the in the alleles and genes and things, and they sort of like maybe, I mean, my diagnosis of what's going on in that case is that they equivocate between like different senses of information, and there's kind of like a non-substantive sense of information that isn't kind of like semantic or something. Now, I don't think it's exactly that's going on in cognitive science, but what I mean is it's a similar concern in terms of like when we actually get down into the details of the explanation, it's not saying something like that. So yeah, when it comes to like I said about the heart pumping, there's a certain sense in which I'm like, yeah, the heart pumps, but there's also a certain sense where I'm engaged in like a more detailed explanation where I don't think it's the heart that pumps. I think that I need to make reference to these, like, the whole kind of system and how it functions and all that sort of stuff. And I think that there is something similar there with the brain where, I think that, okay, like I could imagine myself becoming familiarized with a way of speaking to the point where I'd say, the brain speaks. Actually, I've noticed myself doing this when I say, I say certain things like, my brain isn't managing to think of this or something, like in my way of talking about myself and understanding myself.
Well, you said it before, just a few minutes ago. You said something like, how do you think about this in your mind, or something to that effect.
Yeah.
Which is not brain, but it's mental.
Well, yeah, but what I mean is, I think even in terms of the brain language, I think there are predicates that I think are said of the person where my natural pattern of speech has sort of changed towards using like brain talk rather than like person talk. And I think that's, but yes, just to finish.
I just don't think there's anything very essential here. I think that this is largely a linguistic difference, and
that
feel free to disagree with that.
Just to finish though, what the point I'm building to is that, so there are certain senses in which I think that there are like maybe loose ways of speaking, or ways that might act as like explanatory gloss or something that would do this. But I think when we get into the the detailed and reductive explanations of what the brain is doing, I think that, and maybe you will disagree with this, but I think that the claims like that say the brain is speaking, or I don't know, like the brain is in pain or something, I think that they will fall foul of these Mereological concerns still. But still, I can imagine like these other contexts where that would be the appropriate way of talking or something.
Yes, I certainly wouldn't say the brain is speaking. I would say that the brain is processing linguistic information or representing semantic content. Those are terms that would be more natural to me, and note that that's a more scientific level of description. The reason I would not say that the brain is speaking is because I understand speech to be behavior that's produced with the lips. Now, there is sign language. You could argue, I wouldn't call that speech. I would call that language through gestures. So again, sometimes we use shorthands. I mean, even physicists do this, where they say like, oh, the electron wants to go down the energy grade. Like, that's obviously not literal. And so all scientists do this, and people do this. So it's sometimes hard to make sense of whether something is intended to be sort of fairly literal, or whether it's a mere metaphor or just loose language. And so I think the brain, in my view, literally processes information. It is a computer, not a von Neumann architecture computer, but it is a computer. You may disagree with that, but I'm just saying what I think, right? So I don't think that's metaphorical. So when I say it processes language, it represents this, that's literal for me. If I was to say the brain speaks or something like that, or it feels even, I would be less clear. Like speaks, I wouldn't say. Feels, I'm not so sure about, because that gets to phenomenology, which is more complicated. So it depends on the precise predicate. Like some of them, I think I agree, it's not the right level of usage. In other cases, it's metaphorical. And in some cases, I think it can be literal. Just to say something else about this as well, to maybe clarify, there is a tendency, I find it amongst philosophers mostly, but take that for what it will, to even, it's like the C fibers firing, right? Like it's the example that everyone gives that like is not right at all. C fibers firing is not what pain is, but it's just the example people give because I don't know, that that's what everyone else uses and they're too lazy to actually find a plausible example. But when it comes to mental representations, there's a temptation to say this bit of the brain is representing such and such. And the closest example I know of any system that is like that are certain neurons in the V1 region of the primary visual cortex, which represent oriented line segments. And by represent there, I mean specifically that they fire increased rates of activity in response to when in a certain area of the visual field, and line segments of a particular orientation are visible. Now, even there's arguments about that because you can't fully characterize the range of stimuli that they respond to, so you don't know what the full characterization of representation is. But you can say at least they seem to be representing something about the direction and orientation of lines.
Would you mind for me, sorry, James? Could you just restate what the main point was? I missed it because I was just looking at something else.
Oh, that's right. The main point is about localization of representation. So the idea is not that there is a bit of the brain that represents something, at least in most cases. Many types of representation are somewhat localized, like there's the primary somatosensory cortex, which where there's that famous homunculus figure of different parts of the brain represented or innervated by, in the motor cortex, innervated by neurons that are mapped down in a particular spatial topographical relationship to the relevant part of the body. I was talking about neurons in the primary visual cortex, which similarly have a fairly well spatially segregated mapping to oriented line segments of a particular orientation. Again, they're probably doing more than that as well. So there are examples of somewhat localized representations, but even there it's complex. Certainly when I talk about representations of words and sentences, which is my area, we're not talking about a bit of the brain representing something. A better way to think about that is a pattern of activation. So if you imagine representing all of the neurons in at least some region of the brain, some region of the cortex, as a long vector. There's like 1 billion elements of your vector. And each element represents the activity rate over a certain time of a given neuron. So there's many different vectors that this can represent in sort of the overall activation space. And the idea is that different combinations of activity correspond to, represent in code, different linguistic stimuli in this case, or it could be any type of stimuli. So what we're talking about is a more abstract notion of localization. It's not the idea that there's bits of the brain that represent this and bits that represent that. For the most part, it's more that the types of activations, the patterns of activation differ systematically depending on the type of stimuli, and that they're processed, that the brain uses this mechanism to process information in systematic ways. Now, this is relevant to the Mereological critique because I think that in the vast majority of cases, in order to characterize what the brain is doing, how it's processing information and representing information, you do need to consider it as a system, or at least large parts of it, maybe not literally all of it. And this is why the functional role notion of idea of semantics and representation is precisely that you cannot characterize the meaning of any one aspect of a representational system just by itself. A given, say, pattern of brain activity only has meaning insofar as it exists in and relates to the cognitive system that it is used by. So that's where the meaning as use comes from. Its meaning derives from the use of that particular representation by the cognitive system. In and of itself, if you somehow picked that up and put it in another brain or something else, it wouldn't probably mean anything, certainly wouldn't have the same meaning. So it is very much looking at it holistically and systemically. I don't want to say that has to extend to the entire organism, because I think that it is largely centralized to at least say the brain or parts of the brain. But I do agree that it's wrong to be very localist or disaggregated in talking about that, because it's not true that like individual neurons mean things or bits of the brain mean things for the most part. It's again patterns of activations or patterns of processing, like patterns of electrical activity in neural circuits acquire meaning in the context of the cognitive system, like the brain, that they are part of.
I think that this might be a crucial part of the point, actually, where. So I was trying to jog my memory. So the problem with all of this, right, is that my past week, my brain has been filled with silly content about fascism. So I've forgotten a bunch of the stuff I was thinking about.
Well, yeah, I said you were busy.
And yeah, so I think what you're saying here is this is part of my critique of representation. Like what my issue is with like the polysemy of representation here is that it's this issue of determinate content, right? So
oh yeah, well yeah, that's a go ahead.
So I think that this is what, when you're talking about specifying things in the environment, right? I think that this is where, again, tell me if this is wrong, because I don't want to just like tell you what you think and that just miss the mark. But like, that is where I think the content, the attribution of content is coming from. Is that correct?
Sorry, the attribution of content is coming from...
Is coming from this appeal to the context in the environment more broadly, rather than like that or there might be some theory about the...
No, I think the content comes from functional role. The referent is determined by the relationship between the functional role and the environment in which that exists.
Yeah, so the functional role is understood by virtue of the broader environment, right? As in...
Well, no. So I would say the functional role is understood with reference to the cognitive system, the brain, the mind. So what? I don't mean to talk past each other. What I mean is, I think I might just be like trying to communicate something using the wrong bit of language for you, which could be like, so the function. How do I make sense of this? It's like multiple realizability or something. Like the function means what it means because it does what it does in an environmental context. Does that make sense? Well, we've got to be careful about environment there. So, I mean, this might relate to what you were saying. When I talk about the functional role, I mean the role of that representation in thinking, not in the world. Obviously, thinking is part of the world, but there's a lot of the world that's not thinking. I don't mean the organism's environment. Obviously, representations have to relate to the environment. They connect to the environment, but I don't think that the content is determined by the environment. I'm not a semantic externalist.
I don't think I'm a semantic externalist as well, but I have issues with this because it immediately makes appeal to like a theory-laden interpretation of thought, So,
well, it is a theory. I mean, I'm not saying it's not a theory.
I understand that.
I'm not saying this can be read off our phenomenology or something like that. This is a theory.
So then I, that's where that question is coming from of where does this theory of thought and what it's doing come from? And I think that theory comes from making appeal to what the organism is doing in its environment,
Well, ultimately, yes. We discussed this before, right? In terms of if you're using psychological predicates, then that will appeal to aspects of the environment. So yes, we build from that. But that doesn't mean we're restricted to appealing to things in that. We can appeal to... Sorry, I'll keep it.
It's okay. And I think that then is where I see this issue of determinate content as coming in. And that is because I think that what is determining the content, right, is going to be this appeal to what's going on environmentally as we like track back what's going, like where's our theory coming from, where's our theory coming from that's motivating our postulation of thought and these cognitive postulates and things, and then I would say, well, where is that understanding of the environment coming from? And I think that is coming from the theorist's aims, right, in the first place. So I think that that what is determining the attribution of content is the theorist's aims. And that is where I think that's where I think that there's this interesting sort of like explanatory gloss thing coming on, whereas you kind of like trace back what's going on with this representation. It's serving this role as that explanatory gloss, but it's not like there in a substantive sense where there's some substantive like representation relation or something like that. So I think that is where the issue, like where the key issue is in all of that stuff.
There's not some... I didn't quite follow the last part. So the notion of representation is primarily... I think we're getting closer with neuroimaging, but it's primarily a theoretical postulate which allows us to explain, in my view, certain ultimately behaviors, right, or relationships between stimuli and behaviors. We postulate it as we understand it in terms of functional role. Now, this raises the question about how exactly content is determined. I mean, the way this objection is typically raised is that functional roles. Yeah. Well, do you want to explain that then? I was going to,
Yeah, no, well, just it's like, what is it that makes it's, well, I don't know how to frame it in terms that you'll be happy with as well, because, you know, I would explain it from like, you know, my view of what's going on. And so I'll say, like, what is it that the problem I would characterize is fundamentally like, what is it that makes it seem that it's a fly to the frog, you know? But maybe that isn't how you would think about it, and that's where I don't want to.
Well, let me explicate how I understand the objection, which is supposed to be an objection to functional role semantics, at least, and maybe other types of semantic theories as well. Which is that we maybe we find, I don't remember the exact formulation, but I'll just do my version. So maybe we find some neurons in the frog's brain which are correlated with the location on its retina of where the fly is relative to the frog, right? And so we might infer these neurons, or this part of the brain, or this system, whatever, represents the location of a fly relative to the frog, right? And there's you know, an ecological reason why that might expect something like that. Now the objection is, well, that might be what it's representing, but maybe that system just represents some sort of dark object near the frog. Or maybe it represents other types of insects as well, not just flies. Maybe it's specific to flies. Maybe it's a particular species of flies. Like there's lots of, and theoretically an infinite number of essentially correspondences that you could establish between that brain activity and the environment. And so there's not a determinacy here of content, because there's many different correspondences that you could establish that are equally consistent with the empirical evidence.
And just
and
to
so
clarify,
the objection is that content is not determinate; it's indeterminate.
And just to clarify, that's where I'm saying in terms of content that's where I'm characterizing content there as some kind of like, and I know you don't like this language, like, so I don't mean to say it, but I can't think of any other way to like distinguish between theories.
Describe it in terms of how you understand it. That's fine.
It's like, you know, some kind of like semantic, intentional, like a meaning is like an internal thing of like fly, right? Like, and it's like what determines.
I don't disagree with that. It's an internal representational state that has intentional aspects to it. Yeah, that's the statement.
Yes.
The question is the content determinate or not? And if it's not, it seems like the theory is insufficiently robust to be able to actually explain what's happening there.
Or to explain it as a fly rather than as something else.
Well, if you can't explain it as one thing versus another, then it seems like the representation doesn't have determinate content, which contradicts the whole point of the theory that representations have content.
Yes.
So I have, this is one of the main objections in the literature to this sort of view. I personally don't find it very convincing. I need to read even more about it from my book. I have been reading about this. Let me explain how I would think about this, right? So remember that a representation is not some sort of free-floating, abstract or platonic sort of form, right? It's just a way of talking about a high-level explanatory tool for talking about some kind of physical system. So when we talk about the frog's mental representation, what that ultimately refers to is some kind of complex neural circuitry in the frog's brain, right? You would agree with that, right? I mean, you don't agree with the representation part, but there's some sort of neural circuitry in the frog's brain that mediates the frog's responses to things that move past its visual field, right?
Could you sort of repeat? I think, did you say...
It's not supposed to be controversial.
You said what that refers to. What was that? Sorry, like...
I don't remember, but let me just say it again.
Yeah, sure.
There is some neural circuitry and mechanisms that mediate the frog's responses to items in its visual field.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that those things, like some of those mediating processes and mechanisms, constitute a representation.
Yes.
So that's the theory part, right? Or the specifically theory-laden part that's relevant here. Now, how do I address the issue of indeterminate content? Well, again, this is how I think about it. We're never actually going to be able to do all of the possible experimental manipulations that you could do, like, well, let's put this type of species of fly, this type of species, this other insect in this orientation, in this environment with this coloration. Like you can just expand the variables as much as you like. And this is what gives rise to the indeterminate content, right? Because like, which of these is it referring to? So because you can't ever do this you can't ever generate that data. You can't ever actually know. You can just sort of speculate about what would happen. What I would say, though, is we can imagine putting the actual frog in that environment, or giving it that stimulus, right? All the different insects or types of frog or lighting environments or blobs that look like flies or like whatever else, right? Imagine that we actually set that up. Now, my claim is that there is a determinate fact of the matter about what causal processes would occur in the fly's brain and what behavioral response it would produce. Let's put aside quantum indeterminacy, because I just don't think that's relevant here. Like something will, the frog will do something. There'll be some pattern of activations in the frog's brain, and it will perform a behavior or it won't, right? Mm-hmm. Irrespective of like whatever situation you put it in, that there'll be something that happens. Maybe it will ignore the fly-like stimulus, or it'll stick out its tongue, or it'll hop away. Like something will happen, right? It's not just like somehow there'll be a 404 error and I don't know, like that just doesn't make sense to me. There'll be some determinate physical outcome, even if you never observe what that is, because it never actually happens. That's what I'm claiming. That there are true counterfactuals about what would happen if the physical situation was different. That's all I'm saying here. So if we accept that, then I think that that's enough to resolve the issue of indeterminacy of content, because we don't know what that pattern of counterfactual behaviors looks like, and what the patterns of activations would look like in the relevant circuit in response to different types of stimuli. If we somehow knew all these counterfactuals, we could fully characterize its representational content. We can't do that, so all we can do is approximate its representational content. And we do that on the basis of the evidence we have, plus other assumptions about plausibility, ecological relevance, blah, blah, blah. So this is to say that our theories, our inferences about content are always limited, and sometimes they're very highly limited. Like I mentioned this before about the direction cells in V1. That's based on studies that show like oriented line gratings and other types of stimuli. But there's always researchers who are concerned about the idea that you don't know what's going to happen if you present those neurons with other types of stimuli, and we can never present all ranges of stimuli. So we're only making inferences about what they're actually representing. We might be missing things that they represent in the sense of would respond in a certain way if counterfactually they were exposed to the stimulus, but never will, because most possible stimuli are never encountered. So our explanations, like many scientific explanations, range over counterfactual situations which never occur and make predictions about those situations, but are always limited because we don't have a full knowledge of what would happen in those situations. Hypothetically, if you could like simulate the frog at a high enough level of resolution, you could actually predict that in arbitrary, with arbitrary combinations of stimuli, and you could say whether that neural area of activation did respond to different species of flies, or only one type of fly, or to fly-like dots, or like whatever else. In the real world, you can't actually do that. And so, yes, our theories about content are limited because we're only making guesses and inferences based on what we can measure. But I don't think that that is an inherent limitation to the theory, because we can appeal to what makes the content determinant is the truth of these counterfactuals about what the system would represent if it was placed in those situations.
Okay,
that's how I would.
And let me just make sure I've got that right. So the content is determined by the fact of the matter about what causal processes occur in the frog's brain.
Ultimately, yes.
I think what the question is, that I'm not sure, is how do we... Why do we say, or how do we know, like it can be either of these questions, that is what representing a fly is, you know? And I think that is what the problem of determining the content is. And then that is going to come down to like what our characterization of a representation is. And I think that there are some aspects of that I find very challenging, or I'm like unclear about what they are.
Yeah, so let's take that as an example, right? So you take your frog, you've got your electrodes that are measuring neural activities in a particular region of its brain, right? Visual cortex. I don't know if frogs have a visual cortex, but whatever. And you find that there's this population of neurons which, across a range of stimuli that you present, like a range of flies in different orientations, maybe you present a few different sizes of flies or species, whatever, I don't know. You present a wide enough range of stimuli to at least, be interesting, and you find that reliably, the presence of the fly in a certain location in the visual field leads to much greater activations of this population of neurons than when there's no fly present or when there's other stimuli present that aren't flies, right? I mean, this is how this sort of research is done. I'm characterizing it crudely, right? So that's prima facie evidence that there is that we would say that the neurons are encoding information about the presence or absence of flies. Now, at this point, you might say, well, how do you know it's flies specifically? It could be lots of things that you haven't tested. And that's what I was saying. We do need to do that because we do need to take that critique seriously, because it could well be other things. But in order to make the inference from a practical point of view, of course, you appeal to different considerations, like what else do we know about this population of neurons or the region of the brain it exists in? Do we know that it's involved in processing visual information? Can we track the causal patterns of activation from this region to, say, motor cortices, which we would expect if the fly was using this representation to govern its behavior? Because a representation isn't just a tracking relationship. It's not just correlation. It also, that information has to be used by the organism in a certain type of way to govern its behavior with respect to that item. So in order for these neurons to represent the location of the fly, in my view of representation, the frog also needs to use this pattern of activation to govern its behavior with respect to flies, at least in some ways, right? It doesn't have to be always. So we can test for that. At least to a degree, right? We can see, is the activity going to the right place? Are there correlations that we would expect between activities in brain regions? We can ask, is there an evolutionary explanation for how this representation would have evolved? So is there an ecological relevance here? It's much more likely that we would see that the representation is of flies if that's something that's relevant to the frog, than if it's something that's not. This is actually something that's relevant to my master's thesis, because people are giving mice like these completely, like images of elephants and things. You're like, when is a mouse going to have seen an elephant that's raised, mice that are raised in cages in a research institute? They're not going to see an elephant. So like, what sort of representation are they actually forming, right? So you want to think about the ecological relevance of the stimuli. So there's a whole host of considerations that we appeal to in a given context to decide how reasonable it is that this particular pattern of activation constitutes a representation. And often there's a lot of dispute about this, like, because it's difficult in particular cases.
I think there's a question here that, maybe I think is relevant, but I'm not understanding how it's like specified in this response, right? So I agree with what you were saying about, so reliably the presence of a fly in the visual field leads to this kind of response, like that, that's perfectly legitimate, all that. And then, you raise a question, how do you know that it's flies specifically? But then I guess this is where I think that I'm stuck and not moving on with the rest of the reasoning that you're going with, which is, I think that then we need to have an account of what is a fly specifically, right? In terms of representations in this intentional sense, in order to be able to make sense of the claim that it's present or not.
Sorry, I didn't follow that. Or what do you mean we need to know what a fly is? Do you mean like neurologically, like in terms of representations, what it is?
Yeah, as a cognition, right? And that has to be done in like a non.
Because the whole point is that that's not how it works. The whole point is not that you find the cognition of a frog and then, well, I don't even know that I explained that very well. The idea is, we say that this population of neurons represents the location of a fly in the frog's visual field. That would be the claim that, say, we want to make, the researcher wants to make. You support that with correlational evidence about neural activations and various stimuli, ecological relevance of the stimuli, activations and of other types of other brain regions, maybe behaviors as well, resulting from, ideally, you could actually stimulate those neurons and see what behaviors it triggers. That's a really good way to do this. So there's a range of evidence we appeal to. At no point do I appeal to the idea that this is what the neural correlate of a fly is like. And the reason for that is because the whole notion of the functional role semantics, as I understand it, there is no such thing as what the neural form of a fly is like. It's all about the role that it plays in governing thought. And that could be very different in different systems. There's different ways to represent the same thing.
I think I'm trying to articulate something slightly, well, it's in that vein, but it's slightly different to that. And it's like, it's why so for example, in these other lines of evidence that we will then appeal to, such as the environment and so forth, why do we say that that's a fly, right? And I think that is then, and then this is where I think that that's leading, is that then that is where it comes down to both our language and our aims as theorists and what we're trying to explain, rather than it being that there's this internal or intentional entity that's playing that role, right? Like we attribute it, given our manners of speaking, to what's going on in that situation and the aims of our inquiry, rather than we do it in a way because we have this like indispensable entity of like an internal semantic representation.
I'm a little bit lost here. So the semantic representation. Okay, so here's the idea. Let me take it back. So when is something a representation? In my idea, broadly, this isn't even my idea. Like this is just the idea. It needs to have have a correlation. It needs to track something in the world. This is the notion of correspondence, right? But here, tracking is an easier way to describe this. And the visual example's sort of simpler to see.
Could you just put, like, in terms of tracking it?
You can think of that as a statistical correlation, or a series of correlations.
And by this you mean like from the outside point of view, you would pair this thing with the stimuli's presence or something. Is that's what's meant?
I don't know what other point of view there would be.
Well, I guess you might think of I don't know, like you might think of tracking as like being that from the first person perspective, you track the thing or something like that, right? Rather than from the theorist's perspective. That's what I'm trying to clarify, is like which perspective are we?
So tracking in this concept means that the existence of correlations between, say, a neural activation, your pattern of neural activity, and the presence or absence of a certain stimuli, or it could be the nature of that stimuli. But here we're going to keep it simple, and it's like the existence of, because this is the example here is an experimental setup. If it's naturalistic stimuli, you may not control that, and so it's maybe a bit harder to the inferences get a bit more difficult. But at least in this simple example, you manipulate what the stimulus is. Mm-hmm. So you specify, is there a fly, is there not a fly, like in a certain location in the visual field, and then you measure the activity of this region of neurons, and then you can compute a correlation, right, between the two, and that tells you whether the pattern of activation tracks the existence of a fly. That doesn't tell you whether it's necessarily causal. You need to do further manipulations to see that. But this is, in a very, at least at this simple level, it's just a statistical notion. That's not sufficient for the existence of representation. That's just, I think, necessary.
Right. Okay. Yeah. That's good and important, I think, because I think that's sort of what I'm getting at. Is like I'm trying to get at like, well, I mean, this is part of like I guess I don't completely really understand what characterizes a representation. I think you were explaining that, and I was trying to understand your.
Well, representation is essentially anything that fulfills these criteria, in my view, or for which the evidence is sufficient. Well, yeah, we say that it's representation when the evidence is sufficient that these criteria are satisfied.
So tracking.
One of them is tracking, or correspondence is, I think, a more general notion, because you can't always measure it in a simple like presence or absence relationship. But this is where we can understand it here.
And what does correspondence mean here, I guess?
Well, the correspondence would be whether the, in this context, it would be the, let's make it very simple, the absolute magnitude of the rate of neural firing corresponds to the presence of, a high rate of firing corresponds to the presence of a fly, and the low rate of firing corresponds to the absence. So there's a mapping between the magnitude of firing in this population of neurons and the location of the fly, or at least of this stimulus that we're using in the fly's visual field.
Okay. So tracking, correspondence, and is there like another condition as well?
Well, that's the first condition. So there has to be, it has to, so we're going to say that the pattern of neural activation in this population of neurons is a representation of fly location, sort of if and only if, although I think it's a family resemblance notion, so this becomes problematic, but let's try to make it simple, right? If and only if. So the first is that there's a requirement of that population of neurons tracks or corresponds to, but let's in this case say tracks the presence or absence of the fly, like in a position relative to the frog. So it has to contain information about it, if you want to think of it that way.
Okay.
That's not sufficient. That's just one condition.
Okay, so I think that then this is where I definitely have a question. Firstly, about like what is meant by information here, and what is meant that information.
Well, you don't have to use information if that, because that's why I use tracking or correspondence. I think there are ways of getting at the same thing. Information, ultimately, you can boil that down into like predictivity. Like, does taking the bits of when the neurons fire reduce the uncertainty about whether there's a presence or absence of the stimulus? So if uncertainty reduction means the existence of information relevant to that. But like, that's a formalism that you can apply. I don't think it's necessary to apply that. It's just often it's described in those ways. And it often is described in sort of a bit hand-wavy ways, because they don't always, when cognitive scientists talk about information, they don't always have any way to like formalize that in Shannon terms, right? But, you know.
Well, I think maybe this is what I'm sort of thinking about, right, in each of these cases, is that I'm going to have to draw a picture because I don't know what's going on. Is that on the one hand, this is going to be, you know, this thing here can be our neural thing, right, or whatever, like, you know, whatever the observations of what's going on in the brain or nervous activity is, right? But like, yeah, I feel that in each of these cases, so we have the notion of like correlation, we have the notion of correspondence, and then we have like the notion of like aboutness of information. But I think in each of those cases, what the determinate content question is asking is like, what does this consist in, right? Like what is it that determines that relationship is between that and that, as opposed to that and something else? And
well, if a correlation existed, it exists. It doesn't matter what other correlations exist.
Well, but the correlation is between an entity that could be described in a different way as well, right?
Yeah, so it may be representing more than one thing, which is entirely possible.
Yes, but this is where I'm saying, so why do we say this thing rather? So let me maybe just frame it differently. So like, for example, why is it like fly rather than you know, like suppose you ask someone for the meaning of a fly, right? Like there isn't going to be like an essence of a fly, but you could give some sort of like somewhat exhaustive description, right? And individuals will have different descriptions. And so the point is that
fly or small black dot or something, right?
Yeah.
Like that's something like what they use in the literature.
And I guess that this is kind of the point, is like, well, what does that have to be for it to be a fly? And why do we say it's a correlation between that and a fly? And I think that is where it's going to come back to the theorist's aims and their attribution, rather than it being something else that like what, rather than it being
There's two ways to explain this. Why does the theorist say, or what justifies the theorist in saying that this brain activity correlates with the presence of a fly? And that's pretty easy because that's what they've experimentally measured, right?
They're
not actually saying it doesn't correlate with other things. They're just saying we've observed it correlates with this.
Right, but
maybe it correlates with lots of other things too, but this is just what we've observed now.
But why did they call it a fly, right?
I don't know how to answer that question, Nathan. Why do they call it a fly? We can't explain everything at once, right? We're trying to pick this as an example to explain what constitutes a representation.
But it's not, the demand isn't to explain everything at once, but like, why?
I can't also explain how we identify flies at once, right? Yeah. We just take that as a given for the purpose here. And the question is, what is it that this population of neurons represents? Is it just fly location, or is it other thing location, moving dot location?
I think, though, that the problem is that if the answer to why the theorist calls it a fly is because they have the same intentional content, well, then...
As the frog, almost certainly not.
Yeah, well, that depends on, I think, what is meant by... But then they don't have the same content, right? Like, we can't say... Well, it depends...
I don't think frogs and humans represent flies in the same way. So I would say that the content is different. Now, the reference of a particular thought might be the same because they may be looking at the same fly, but I don't know that this is getting at the core issue here. So the theorist is justified in saying that this correlation exists if they observe it. Now, the theorist is not justified at this point in saying that this population of neurons represents flies because there's more steps to it. Right? We haven't gotten to that yet. So what grounds the truth of the claim that the neural population represents flies, as distinct from other things like moving dots, is the counterfactual truths, counterfactual facts about what correlations would exist if different stimuli were presented. Now, you can't never measure all of these, so you never actually have that empirics, but that can ground the truth of claims, as it does in many sciences. Counterfactual claims ground the truth of physical principles. So I think that is what gives it determinate content. You can't observe that, so you need to make inferences about it, and we do that in ways that I said before. You appeal to a wide range of types of evidences.
Yeah, I think my worry is maybe slightly different, and it's that I'm not feeling that the word representation is being used in a way that I understand. And I just want to clarify something, because this isn't me trying to like shift the topic. I think it is relevant to what's being said, because in all of the, like what, for example, I'm thinking through this as I talk. Like what? So, for example, when I say a painting represents something, or I say like a map of the train station or something like that, then what do I mean when I say representation? Well, I think that I mean that I can specify things about like the spatial relations and things like that. And I think the sense in which representation is being used here, I mean, I wouldn't deny it's one that is used in computational talk in like hardware engineering and stuff like that. But I feel that it's an inappropriate one, because there isn't like a representation in the sense that there's a resemblance. There's a representation without a resemblance.
Well, I said that at the start, right? The notion of, well, first of all, with the fly and the frog thing, we were trying to work towards a characterization of the conditions necessary for representation. Remember, I said at the start, it's a family resemblance notion.
I'm not saying you did. No, you did say that, and I'm not saying you.
Yeah, but also I haven't gotten to the other conditions yet. So correlation is just one of them.
Well, just to say that I don't think you've done something wrong here. I think what I'm trying to do is just explain what my feeling is that of like non-satisfaction with the explanation of something. It's like, because I think that within all of this, we're asking this question of what determines representation. But I think that my conceptual issue is that I think that for there to be a substantive representational relation, there must be some resemblance, right? And so I think it's...
Well, what do you mean by resemblance? Because if that means the same thing as like a correspondence, then we're not in disagreement. But if you mean that as some sort of like phenomenal resemblance, I said that at the start, that there's no assumption of that, and in general, that won't be true.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to me, Nathan, that you raise this objection, because this is a sort of, I mean, don't mean to be rude here, but I just think it's strange because you're often very critical of philosophers. The kind of objection you're giving is exactly the sort of way that I think philosophers think about this. Whereas I'm trying to articulate a fairly well prescribed methodology, scientific methodology for how we think about representations. And your response is, well, let's see, when I'm looking at a painting, how would I think about what I think a representation is? And to some extent, like, I don't really care, like, because there are different ways of using the word representation. And in some context, your naive folk psychological sense is going to be different to this, and that's fine, right? I don't think that reflection on that is actually very useful for a lot of purposes. And this is why I'm critical of a lot of philosophy, because they'll take this highly polysemous, complex idea and then reflect upon it and how they would use it in different contexts. And I just don't always think that gets us very far. And you've been critical of this methodology as well in other contexts. And I feel like that's kind of what you're doing here. Like, I don't think you should be worrying about, maybe I'm being a bit rude, but like, it doesn't really matter whether you think how you naively think or intuitively think about how you would use the word representation and thinking about an artwork. If you like, we can call this like representation sub CS, like cognitive science, right? We're using it in a certain technical way. And maybe other ways that you might use the word representation do require phenomenological resemblance or something different. But I think what matters is whether this notion is coherent and can be fruitfully deployed in the context in which, I argue that it can. So feel free to push back, because maybe that was a bit rude. But like,
no, it's okay. Don't worry.
The approach here I find is a bit. It just seems to me that it's the sort of thing you don't like in other contexts. When people do it.
No, I think. I mean, look, I think it's maybe the other way around. Like, I think what I would have maybe. No, is it the other way around? Let me think about what what I'm thinking. What my sense is I feel like there's a direction of explanation that philosophers go in, which moves, say, a theory from a good empirical basis to like introducing more metaphysical and poorly operationalized terms in the sciences. So like this is where I think I'm critical of philosophy, where philosophers will sort of like raise these problems, but then what like their solution to them isn't to like better operationalize the science and improve it in some way, but it's actually to just like create some weird way of thinking and to say like scientists have got it all wrong or something. I feel that I'm doing something that I think is an appropriate role for philosophy with respect to the sciences, which is to try to sort of like interrogate conceptual assumptions and clarify like distinctions and also maybe like pay attention to the history of the sciences and like social context and the roles that they might have in the introduction of certain types of language, because within science there are either methodological assumptions or pieces of language that are being introduced, and those pieces of language can of course be operationalized in technical and specific senses. And I do think, by the way, that is what you're doing with representation as well. And this is why I'm not disputing what you're doing with representation. What I think that though is an issue is that then sometimes the way that language is being used can sort of like have this feedback where it then leads to a slightly misleading way of thinking about things in a different context, which is like, maybe like the teleology case or the like some of the stuff we talked about in the pumping case or whatever. And this is where I think that there's a legitimate role for philosophy, not to determine the theory to the scientists, but to maybe like clear up a few of those things that are going on conceptually, to try and actually tilt the science in a direction that is more empirically robust and maybe even has better outcomes in terms of the way that those theories are understood and received by people in like different fields or in the general population too.
That's entirely fair, and I agree with all of those things. And it is important that cognitive scientists don't, whether it's explicitly or implicitly or realizing it or not, convey the idea when we talk about a mental representation that, like, for example, a mental representation of a fly, that there's something that like resembles a fly in some like phenomenal qualitative sense that is like in the brain somewhere. That's definitely not what I'm thinking about. I don't think that's really what any cognitive scientist thinks, or at least not very many.
Well, yeah, I think I don't know. And the reason I would say that I don't know is because,
not based on my reading of the literature.
Well, I can't produce the exact statistics off my head, but the analysis that was done by Edward Matchery in that X-Phi paper.
That's one you linked to, right? Because I did have a look at that.
Yeah, I can't produce it offhand, but the conclusion, at least I can say, which is an indication of my maybe I'm just like finding things I want to find or something, is that it is being used in like an inconsistent way across the
when
field.
You say it, you mean representation?
Yeah, as a concept.
Yes, that's definitely true. It's used to refer to, it's used to talk about different things, like information is as well. I mentioned that before. That's definitely one. That doesn't mean that it's used in the way that that doesn't mean that cognitive scientists are using it in the way where they think that something that sort of phenomenologically or qualitatively resembles a fly is actually in the brain.
That's right. I think that
I don't think it's being used that way.
Well, I'm not so sure, but I agree that doesn't establish that, right?
Well, if it is, I would say that it shouldn't be, because that's not. I don't think you can justify that. I don't believe in those type of representations either.
I agree, but maybe let me just to articulate then what my concern is, though, with this use of the word. So I think that this is where I was saying the behaviorist critique here could be kind of weird, because I feel that I sort of think I'm partly right in what I'm saying in terms of this criticism, but then I'm not actually even sure what the recommendation would be, because there's so much established science that makes use of this language that, like, am I going to say everyone's got to now talk differently or something? That wouldn't even be feasible, or so that's a part of the problem.
If you do have an alternative way to describe it that was more useful and clearer and so forth, I would say, yeah, you should be telling people like that. I don't know what that would be, but if there is one, I would advocate for it.
Well, I think I'll try to sort of get to that, but I think that the first observation that is not motivated by what the X-Phi data says or something like that is that I do think that then this notion of representation is like so dissimilar to the like natural understanding of representation in these other contexts that it's harmful to philosophizing about these things or communicating these things to other subjects or getting non-specialists to understand what's being said by these sorts of statements. Now, of course, you can dismiss that because you can say the relevant experts will understand the operationalization. But I think that this also is a part of saying, well, if there's a more sort of neutral way of describing what's going on here that doesn't make reference to that term and won't kind of maybe mislead people in other subjects or people who don't understand how the terms are being operationalized, why not just go with that instead, because it avoids that sort of confusion.
Well, I think that I don't really know of any scientific theory that is not susceptible to misunderstanding and confusion, and maybe is not always explained very well by scientists. I think that that's true for pretty much everything. And I maybe disagree with you to the extent that it's an issue here. And I'd like to do a bit of I don't know if this is going to be helpful or not, but if I can just share something briefly. Because you mentioned the example of art, right? And the idea of art representing things. I do think that is different to how cognitive scientists are using the term, but I don't think it's as different as you seem to think that it is. So I just want to see what you think about this.
Yeah,
so,
sure.
I don't even know if this is the best example, right? But you can maybe get the point I'm making. Like, what does this represent?
Yeah,
and let me just say, if you answer it represents a person opening their mouth with their hands on either side of their heads, I would say you've missed the point of what this is about.
That is part of. Well,
if you think that's all it represents, yeah. I think you've missed the point, right?
Well, I think maybe this comes to. It depends what you think an answer to this question is establishing. I don't think that there is any one thing that it does represent.
Yes, and I think that's not the point. It's not like there's one right answer here.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is... Oh, no, go ahead.
Well, I think it sort of has some relevance, though, because it's like my attribution of what I perceive on it is sort of like based off of...
Sorry. If someone's just listening to this and they should probably say what it is, right? Because people might just listen to this. So I've pulled up the Scream image, right? Where it's the,
right.
The people walking on the boardwalk and the guy with the big head who's like screaming with the hands on either side of his head. That's what I'm showing Nathan. Anyway, sorry, go ahead. I just know it's annoying when I'm listening to something and then they pull up something what are they talking about?
Yeah, look. So in terms of what I say, I would say there's like a guy on a bridge and there's like a sky above, and it'd say, it's the Scream, and is it Van Gogh or some other person? I can't remember who did. There's sort of like thoughts that come to mind about that in terms of what I think it might represent. I don't know what else I'd say. Maybe I'd say like an emotion of distress. Maybe
so that's sort of what I was looking for, that it represents emotions, at least some emotions, certain emotions. Maybe there's a lot more to it to unpack there. But the point I want to make there is that it seems sort of straightforward. This is just something that came to my mind, that art can represent things that it doesn't resemble, in a sense that I understand you were using the word before. This doesn't look like, what does an emotion look like? And if you come up with more abstract examples, right?
Well, actually, I think that's sort of, I don't know
music.
what you think about that, because like, yeah, if I think about it, like, I think of distress as an emotion, and I think of emotions as but I think of emotions as being, understood behaviorally, right? So I think that what my attribution of distress is by interpreting that expression on the face as a behavior that I understand, rather than.
Yeah, but that need not involve actually seeing any of those behaviors. It could all be by association. Like you could just have a color of certain shades, and that could be associated with this, which is associated with that. It doesn't have to be in any way direct. And that is analogous to how I think about representations, is that they can be very sort of literal in some sense, very direct, or they can be increasingly abstract. So you don't need this sort of direct resemblance. This is the whole point I was making, is that art can represent things that it does not in any way resemble. At least if we understand resemblance in the way that you seem to mean it, by like sort of qualitative phenomenal similarity.
Well, then.
And if we're allowed more abstract connections, then I feel like that's just what I'm talking about when I talk about a representation.
I sort of get you, but then I feel like the notion of God, I can't get to the right tab. The notion of like representation in general, I feel, is being expressed like this. It's kind of like I agree with you.
Yeah, look, degenerate art exists, right?
No, but I think
to link to the other video you do.
Well, there's a point I'm trying to get at here, though, which is like when you say there are more and more abstract representations, what am I saying is going on there, right? In terms of my theory, well, I think that it's because there's a whole host of things going on. Like one of those things is that, I'm attributing this activity to the activity of like a human, and I'm making inferences about like human behavior based off of my understanding of that behavior, where things like, stark contrasts of color are generally, the production of stark contrasts of color are generally things that people do to express certain types of emotions and things. But what do I mean here that there is that there's some representation and there's like a substantive aboutness relation between that representation and the thing from the person to the world? Like, so when I attribute to the picture that it represents the emotion of distress, what is it that it's representing? I think it stands in relation to a picture of a person who has that behavior. Now, if there was art that was just
everything's not like that. Every art is not like that. So maybe I could choose a different example, but not everything that depicts an emotion is of someone doing anything. There could be no people there.
I know, and I think that this is where that issue of where we get to like what you term degenerate art is going to come in, where it's like there's this type of art where it's so indeterminate what it's supposed to be representing when that stuff is.
Yeah, well, some art may be so indeterminate that you don't. I'm not saying every artwork has determinate content, but I'm saying there are artworks that I think have reasonably determinate content, at least somewhat circumscribed content, that does not have the same kind of resemblance notion in the way that I've understand you using it. That is more abstract, therefore I think that there is not a strong dichotomy between the way we think about representation in terms of art. Music is another example.
There's something I'm trying to express, though, which is that I don't know if that I could be wrong about this. I don't know if there are these examples that are so abstracted away from behavior where the content is clearly determinate. Do you see what I mean? Like that, I think that's the worry that I'm trying to express. And I think that
it doesn't even matter if the content is relative to the individual viewer. Like that's not relevant to my point. As long as it's representing that for the person, they're like, yeah, I got a clear sense of whatever when I look at this. And I'm saying it has to be universal for observers. Someone could say, yes, when I see this image of the ocean, to me, this represents, or this speaks of fear or sadness or whatever it is for them, right? And as long as that's clear and determinate to them, and that's what it says to them, I would say, well, at least for this person, this is a subjective notion of of meaning, right? But for them, it means that, right? It has this meaning for them.
I think,
that seems. I'm not saying that's exactly the same as how we're using the term in cognitive science. What I'm saying is there seems to be enough of a family resemblance there for it not to be like that different, that confusing.
What I think I'm saying that I feel that is in tension with the point you're trying to establish, because it's like the logical possibility of someone saying something, right, about a state of affairs or some sensible experience that isn't what would be said by the sort of like average distribution of people or something like that, sort of undermines the idea that there is some common thing going on when they do that.
Well, it doesn't have to be. I don't know. I'm talking about art appreciation here, and I'm saying that art can represent different things to different people. There's no inconsistency there. Well, I don't see what the inconsistency is supposed to be.
I think I've not managed to articulate it very well, but I still do think it's there. Maybe I'll find out I'm wrong when I sort of fully manage to articulate.
Well, we don't have to keep going down this rabbit hole. I was just using this as an example to indicate that I don't think that there is a gross chasm between the notion of art representing and cognitive systems representing. They're not the same. There's a family resemblance.
Well, I think there is an important point there, I think, which is that so I can sort of like imagine there's like this epistemic possibility of someone saying something in response to incredibly different stimuli or circumstances, right? But this is kind of like the case where, you know, there's like a community of speakers who produce the sounds like the cat is on the mat, and that's a part of their what we would call their hunting practices with regards to spearfishing or something, right? So it's got nothing to do with what we would evaluate or appraise as cats being on mats, but it has the same laryngeal sounds and behaviors and things. And
that's consistent with my views, that sounds don't have intrinsic meaning. They only mean things in terms of the processing within a system.
But I feel that case is what that case is like, right? Is where we're saying we could take someone from that community, and the only information we have about them is they say the phrase "the cat is on the mat" with respect to their spearfishing, and so we say, yes, you know, this stimuli is representing spearfishing to them, and I feel that is similar to this problem in the art case, where that would undermine the idea that there's like a common representation between the two, right? Because there isn't like.
Well, there won't be if they don't have the same language. I don't quite understand what the objection is here. They may have similar representations of spearfishing, but they will be tokened by different sounds. They may not have common representations of spearfishing if one tribe engages in that and the other doesn't. They may not have that in common. It would depend on, you know, those sort of factors. I've been talking about mental representations that are specifically within an organism. I haven't even talked about the degree to which they're shared across organisms. I think that they are, which is what enables linguistic communication, but they're not exactly the same, and it depends on the background that they have. Clearly, there's difference in the way we think about representations between us, as we're indicating tonight, right? So our representations of representation are not exactly the same. I don't think that has any bearing really on the main arguments I've been making, which is really just internal to a specific organism.
Yeah, I think it does, because I think the sense. Well, let me get at why I think it does, right? Maybe I have to phrase this as a question. So when you were talking about these abstract pieces of art representing certain emotions, right? What is the cognitive explanation for why that is a representation?
Well, we've got to be careful there. So here we have two, I think, related but different uses of representation. So one is that the art represents for the person, and the other is a representation in their mind, right? Because art is not in the mind. I mean, the actual artifact itself is not in the mind. So what I would say is, and they're connected, right? Because I would say that the person exhibits the behavior of saying, let's say, truthfully, to me, this art means sadness, right? Now, the reason they say that is because of something like patterns of association that they have of experiences and knowledge and other thoughts that they've had in their brain that link certain shapes and colors with certain experiences or emotions, which then link it to with certain experiences or concepts which ultimately link to that emotion, right? I would describe that in terms of associational principles. There might be other things going on there, but that seems to me the most plausible explanation. I don't want to pretend that we have a full explanation of how people appreciate art, by the way, but so there's a bunch of associations going on, and across that, as that happens, as they're processing this information, they're taking it in, thinking about it, these different concepts, these representations of different things are activated, including representations of emotion. So then we would say, look, there's this pattern of activation in the person's brain that represents the emotion of fear or sadness, whichever one I said, I forgot which one I said now. And it does that because of, as I said before, the correlation, and that it correlates with exemplars of that emotion, whether real or imagined. And also it governs the thinking of that organism with respect to that emotion or exemplars of that emotion. So that's the functional role aspect. So when those are satisfied, we say that pattern of activation represents that emotion. And because that pattern of activation pattern of neural activity is activated associatively via viewing that image, we say for this person, that image represents this emotion. So there's a connection between their experience of the painting representing the thing and an internal cognitive representation of that emotion, where essentially one is being activated by the other. And that's why this can be different between different people, because different people will have different associations, especially when it's very abstract.
Okay. So, and I think that maybe this is then where my issue is coming from, is like, so these represent exemplars of that emotion. And it's like, the question is, between our two theories, is there a cognition under the hood that is what it is to have that emotion? Or is the emotion the attribution to the behavior of reporting the emotion or something like that,
Well, I don't believe in the James Lang theory, no.
I don't know who James Lang is, but do you not feel that is the distinction between the views? Or
well, emotions are a particularly tricky thing to talk about. We don't understand them very well. I would say to experience an emotion let me say it differently. A person experiences an emotion when their neural and also physiological state is of a certain type. I think emotions are representational. This comes back to what we were saying before. I think essentially all cognitive activity is what's the word I'm looking for? Intentional. It's about something. I think emotions are about things as well, but what they're about is quite abstract. So fear, for example, I think represents states that are associated with a withdrawal response and a threat. But it can be associated indirectly with like that's where phobias come from. You associate that with something that actually doesn't represent a threat. So anyway, so I think emotions do represent things. And so to experience an emotion is to have a sort of is when that, I don't know whether I want to say a emotion is as simple as a concept. I think there's probably more to it than that, but it's because emotions also incorporate physiological responses outside the brain, like heart rates, stress response and things like that. So there's definitely more to it than just a representation like of a word or something. So there's probably a lot going on there, but there is a particular physiological state, neurophysiological state, which is which when the organism is in that state, they are experiencing that emotion. And that state has relevant similarities, in my opinion, across people, which is how we're able to effectively use concepts of emotions in ways that are coherent, but they're not exactly the same, of course. That's why we find differences.
And just relating this back to the point you raised earlier about this like misattribution case, right? Where someone misattributed a doctor doing something, right? Was it to their pain going away when the doctor hadn't actually done anything yet, sort of due to like a placebo type effect? I guess what I'm wondering still, because I feel like maybe that there was a question that I raised there that was like, but why is it that we say that why is it we attribute this particular psychological predicate as opposed to some other one? And so the question wasn't about why does that person attribute some psychological predicate, but why do we attribute some psychological predicate? And I think that will be dependent on their behavior rather than a cognition, right? Which is where, the case of that's why I think that case of that thought experiment that I sort of like created of, the experiment where someone's like producing all these like horrible pain behaviors, and but you're kind of like driven by a theory to say, no, you're not in pain. I feel that in that case, I would definitely stop. And I also don't think.
Well, I agree with that, though.
I'm trying to say, like, what am I trying to say? Like, I don't feel that there is any theory of cognitive or brain state mappings that could ever drive me to not think I should stop in that case, right? Like, there's no.
Well, maybe there isn't. Yeah. I mean, I suspect there probably is, actually. You're just not very good at imagining it. So, like,
that might be right.
Well, anyway, I don't know that we need to.
Yeah, I guess no. I guess
gets into science fiction scenarios.
Well, I think what I mean here, though, is given my what I think is like a metatheoretical commitment, which is that all of this theory is downstream of the behaviors in the first place, right?
Yeah, but we agreed with that before. I don't have an issue with that.
What this relates back to is, so yes, you're giving these explanations of, these representations and things are like exemplars of that emotion. These are explanations that are internal to the theory. But I think the thing that I'm not sure of is like, why would you buy that in the first place? Like, why, or for example, if you weren't already committed to the conclusion, why would you prefer that as an explanation over some alternative way of viewing it? Like, why would you postulate that there is this representation rather than explaining things differently?
Well, the reason why we postulate representations is to explain the relationship between stimuli and behavior. The idea is that organisms are able to, and in many cases we can document specific ways in which they behave flexibly in response to their environments. And these flexible behaviors are best, the view is, in my view, best explained in terms of internal, like mental, cognitive, neural manipulations of what we might call a representation. Again, the way I described it before is the world is too big to fit in our heads. So what we have instead are causal processes that are linked in certain ways and resemble in certain specific ways to the world. And so we instead manipulate these internal systems, which allow us to make predictions and behave in certain ways that ultimately are, or at least in general, lead to success for the organism. Now, you wouldn't naturally start with that type of explanation of emotions. I agree, that's not very intuitive. But the idea is that my reading of, well, lots of things has convinced me that this representational idea is a very powerful way to understand what the brain is doing, and indeed what different types of sensory states, from vision to hearing to somatosensory to emotions as well, and visceral sensations, that they're all representing something, that they have content there about something. That I think allows us to make joint sense of the phenomenology of these states, which we haven't talked too much about, but I think that representations can explain that as well. This is the idea of phenomenal concepts. And also it allows us to make sense of the actual, I guess, mechanisms of cognition. I mean, and then if you want me to unpack that in more detail, I mean, I just start listing citations of like lots of examples. I put some of them in the document that I sent earlier, but I mean, there's many more. And I just think that there's sort of a theoretical, there's theoretical and there's empirical grounds, right? The theoretical grounds I've sort of articulated, that there's a need to explain flexible behaviors that can't readily work by simply postulating mappings from behaviors. Mappings from stimuli to behaviors, that there need to be more structure in between, which effectively amounts to manipulations of circumstances, which starts to look something a lot like a computation of representations. There's further arguments you would know about. What is an alternative that explains how novel stimuli can be understood and acted upon that doesn't imply some kind of manipulation of some representation?
No, I think it's that this is the issue, is that in the sense in which you're saying computation over representations, I mean, in that sense, I do agree with you that that is the correct explanation, right? I'm actually not denying that. I think we agree about that. I think that what it's over are these bits of language and whether we ought to use different bits of language, because similar to like there were a couple of points there, like say internal was one of them, where I'm like, internal is, yes, it's internal in the head, like it's it's in my skull where this causal process happens, but the other sense of internal is like this like philosophers or Cartesian sense or whatever of internal, and I know that isn't what you mean, but I feel that we so easily slip into that way of thinking. And when I say we, I think that many cognitive scientists do it, pending further empirical investigation. Even I think neuroscientists do this, where when they talk about their neuroscientific work, they use the terms in this appropriate, specific, well operationalized way, but then they contextualize their neuroscientific work in a slightly different context, and they use the word in, I think, this other way, right? Which I think is...
Well, I can think of another example of a term that's often abused, but still has a legitimate theoretical use. You probably know what example I'm going to give because you just did a video on it, right? So this I mean, haven't watched the whole thing. Maybe you think that we shouldn't use the word fascism ever, but like this seems wrong to me. There seems to be a phenomenon that is referred to by that term. And the fact that it's abused in a lot of contexts doesn't mean that we should get rid of it. And so I just don't find this a very convincing response.
It's not that that's I don't think that's the argument, though, because so like in the case of fascism, the reason why I don't think we should use an alternative term is because I think that is the appropriate term for conveying the sense of urgency and emotional valence and wrongness with the politics.
Well, it sometimes is, right? It's not always, because it's abused in a lot of cases where it's not appropriate.
Well, I think that
any case in which people use it's appropriate whenever they want to be emotionally valenced, but I think that's pretty hard to defend. You would say there are some uses that are appropriate and some that aren't.
Yeah, I think it would be like dual kind of criteria, right? Of it's these dual criteria of, does it sufficiently meet some kind of like principled characterization, and does it perform this function of achieving those goals in doing so? And I think that is the trade-off.
We're in agreement, right? That's what you do when there's concepts or terms that are misused.
I know, but I also, but then I'm applying that, I think, in the same case in this cognitive case, and that this is what I was trying to establish, is I think I'm just thinking in the same way in this context as well, where I'm asking like, well, what is the similarity in this case? So, what are the goals that are being achieved by using the language in this way, and why not talk in some other way? And that's
we haven't given an alternative way.
Well,
is there an alternative way? Like from a scientific, that's my interest, scientific explanation. Is there an alternative than to use some kind of representational talk or equivalent terms?
Yeah, I think so. So, for example, it's going to depend on the context, but I would talk either in terms of like causation, or in terms of like neural physiology and things like that. Like I just personally, what I don't see, I mean, in the way that neuroscientists are operationalizing.
So for those, that's not, you haven't actually given an example of anything. Like, obviously we talk about neurophysiology, but we say, what is the neurophysiology doing? That's why I link it back to function. And the only way I really know how to fill that in, at least in many cases, is with representation or something that's doing the job of representation, even if you don't want to call it that. Like just as the heart, the heart is a pump. You can call it whatever you like and phrase it in other terms. Like you don't have to use the word pump, but what you're going to be describing is a pump, right? You can't talk about the heart effectively in terms of what it's doing physiologically without using that language or equivalent terms. And I'm saying that's the same about the brain.
I think this is where I see. I think this is where I see
the neurophysiological causes. Well, of course, like everyone agrees with that. But the how do you actually theorize in that way?
Well, I mean, this is where I see the like natural language understandings of the word like having an issue that's consequential to the sciences, because I think that representation is representation like for some subject, and this is the issue with this use of representation, and why I think that it leads if it's being used in a substantive sense, it leads to this picture of like a homunculi, is because if it's representation for me as an external observer, then that's just a different thing to anything from a first person perspective, right? Like I can attribute representation or representational behavior to the subject of study, but that's not the same thing as something being represented to that subject when certain cells are activated or whatever. So I think there's an answer to this question of how do I think it should be described, and I think it would be by introducing just a lot of that additional context and using more theory neutral language, which might be for example this subject, and you could specify what the organism is, their navigational around a maze behavior is causally associated to these sensory inputs and then activation of these glial cells, and so you build a causal story like that. But I think that the notion of representation is dispensable with respect to providing this sort of explanation. And
the thing is, whenever we can give a reductive theory of something, you can always argue that theoretically you could replace that theoretical concept with whatever you've reduced it to. But that doesn't mean that it's going to be easy or natural or fruitful to do that. And I don't think anyone's actually demonstrated this. I've looked into some, so there are some competing approaches, like inactivism would be one version, which is, I think quite similar to behaviorism. But a lot of I've looked at some of the work here, and a lot of that really does seem to just be criticizing the notion of correspondence and not actually providing substantive alternatives. That's my take. Obviously, you may disagree with that. There's also the notion of dynamic systems theory, which does focus on sort of like causal processes in sort of chaotic high dimensional systems, and doesn't necessarily talk about representations. But the thing is that I think that you can, well, that gets a bit technical, but I think that what they're talking about is essentially representations, and that in order to understand functionally what they're doing, you need to basically use similar language. Now, if there are cases when we can talk about attractors in high dimensional chaotic systems or whatever, and we don't need to say represents, then like kind of fine. But it's just, in most cases, I don't think that's being demonstrated. It's really the proof is in the pudding, right? These are theoretical postulates that are used to explain the cognitive system. So if there's alternatives, I'm very happy to consider them. I just don't feel like that they have been really provided, that I've really seen anywhere, that comes close to the breadth of what we can get with representations. And I also just don't feel like that I haven't felt very compelled by the sorts of objections that you raise, which is largely that the notion of representation reminds you of other things which you disagree with or think are wrong or harmful. But to me, that's just a very weak reason to give it up.
No, I genuinely do think that, cognitive scientists themselves, and this is, I don't think you are this way, because, as I raise these objections to you, you specify what you mean by representation, and, you mean it in the sense that I agree with. But more broadly, I think in the field, people are not thinking the same way that you are, don't have the sorts of operationalized definitions that you're using. And I do think that that is a problem for this use, because I think the explanation of why that is because of the sort of natural understanding of what is being explained there, and not everyone being as careful in their philosophizing about what they're doing as you are.
Well, certainly that's true. I like to do philosophy as well, but there are two articles that I did send you. One of them was What We Mean When We Say Semantic, which was a consensus piece from a number of cognitive scientists. They don't address every issue that we've raised here, but they do discuss a lot of these issues and present, I think, reasonably clear definitions about how they use the term. There's another one which looks at representation in neuroscience. I think I sent that one, but maybe I didn't. But and I think it also talks about how the terms are used not always in exactly the same way. That's part of the reason for needing these, is because I'm not saying, we've got it all perfect and everyone's approaching it in a clear way. It's not the claim that I'm making. But what I would claim is that there is sufficient commonality in the discipline for us to profitably use these terms, and there is enough attention to trying to pin down how these notions are being used. There are a lot of problems in cognitive science, as there is in any scientific discipline. But I'm really not convinced that the issues are sufficient such that we need to dispense with the whole notion, or that there's any alternative that allows us to do the sort of explanatory work that we need to.
Well, if you don't mind, maybe let's just have a quick look at, and I'll put the link in the thingy. And this could go either way, right? It might nudge me in favor of your views. It might nudge you in favor of mine.
Oh, this is yeah. Okay, sure. Yeah, I probably should get going soonish, so maybe we can do this and then have a quick conclusion, if that's all right.
Yeah. No worries.
But yeah, happy to look at this. I did look at this before, but maybe you could explain. Yeah, like highlight the parts if you want to.
Well, I've not read it in detail beforehand as well. That's part of a problem. I'd intended to do that this week, but I ended up doing the silly fascism thing instead.
Oh yeah. I'm remembering this now. So yeah, I wasn't. I was a bit iffy on what I thought about what we can interpret here, but I mean, it's an interesting result. So what they did in this paper is that they asked a bunch of philosophers, neuroscientists, and psychologists about. They asked them questions. No, that's not quite true. They gave them statements which they could strongly agree through strongly disagree about, and the statements all were with respect to notions of like representation, but they were different, statements for slightly different things, like representation, information, aboutness, responding to, and things like that. And my reading of it was that from the answers that you got, it's not really easy or clear how to construct out of that what the necessary and sufficient conditions are for there to be representation or content.
I think it would be unfair on either of us to evaluate just on the spot whether this study design is correct to answer these 4 questions, right? But this is at least what they claim they're trying to answer. So 1, scientists will not demonstrate statistically significant differences among the concepts selected in the contrast, representing, carrying information, being about, responding to, processing, and identifying. Scientists will be sensitive to the specificity of content, i.e. high versus low, but will not be sensitive to its functional integration or the nature of the vehicle, i.e. area versus population of neurons. On average, scientists will be willing to assign misrepresentations, with their average responses falling within the range of either strongly agree, or somewhat agree. I guess that maybe this might be something that you would disagree with, right? Potentially in the methodology. I don't know.
Well, it's on a 7-point scale, and this is my main disagreement, that a lot of these are complex questions that reducing it to a rating on a 7-point scale is going to lead to different people interpreting it slightly differently and giving different responses, even if they actually think about it in a similar way, which of course not all scientists will. So I think that it's hard to interpret this because you don't actually know what all you're observing is differences in ratings. You don't know what drives the differences in ratings, whether it's because they have a fundamental difference in the way they think about representations, which exists to some extent, or whether it's more just because they're kind of interpreting it a bit differently and or they're using the rating scale a bit differently. I think it's it's an interesting design, but I think that their conclusions are a bit broad.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
That's why the consensus statement I think is a bit more useful. I mean, obviously I don't know exactly how they selected participants here, but because it allows for discussion and nuance about exactly what we mean here, and for scientists to get on the same page. Like even scientists working in a similar discipline often have like slightly different ways of articulating or different ways of interpreting, or their context is within a certain domain versus another. And so reducing everything to a 7-point Likert scale, I think you lose a lot of precision there. So it's not that surprising to me that you sort of get somewhat inconsistent answers. And I don't know that you would, in terms of the predictions that they made, I don't know how, what exactly I would have said about those at the outset. But I'm not going to say that everyone in cognitive science has the same idea about representation. They don't, that it's only used in one way. That's not true. And that it's always used in a correct way, that it's not. But what I don't get is that it's so fraught with problems conceptually or in terms of practice that it needs to be dispensed with. I think there's ways we can make sense of it reasonably well enough for most particular contexts, and that it has very strong explanatory value.
So the question that they're trying to figure out, the question is, what is the brain doing in response to stimuli, right? That's how they're invoking these terms and trying to just figure out what the questions are. Do they have the questions somewhere?
They do have them somewhere. I don't know exactly where they put them.
What do they represent? What are their vehicles, and how are they used?
Yeah, but they're specific questions of a specific context, like the fly example that we had. They're contextualized. But the thing is, see, again, I don't think that you can just take one piece of evidence and from that declare that a population on your own is representing something. You really need a confluence of evidence.
I totally understand and I'm on board with your objection here. I guess because I've not read the paper carefully, what I'm not sure of right now is whether or not they are aware of that and in some way, include like controls for that in their method, or if they don't, or what, just because
I didn't read enough detail to know that. I don't recall seeing them discuss that, but they probably do somewhere. I mean, I'm not trying to rubbish this study. I'm just saying what I took out of it. It's interesting, right? But I don't see it as this very strong indictment of much of anything. I mean, we probably do need to get clearer about how we use these terms, but that's why I think some of the position statements that I mentioned before are important, and people have been looking into this because it is increasingly used, especially with more computational tools becoming predominant.
Well, that was one thing they had. They had a lot of agreement, right, on this question of does cognition involve representations?
Yes.
So, but you don't say they're interpreting the question wrong there, James. No.
Well, the thing is that they could be interpreting representations differently. Like individual researchers think different things about representation, and that's going to be consistent with them applying it in slightly different ways.
Yeah. So if I just to characterize what your worry is initially, and maybe they answer this, maybe they don't, is like there are multiple ways of explaining these differences between the groups, and some of those ways of explaining those differences don't involve the terms being poorly operationalized in a scientific context. Is that basically right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they may be due to them being poorly operationalized in this experiment, or like in terms of what the questions are given.
What the questions are asking.
They're making their best judgment about how they would operationalize it or think about it. And I think that it's not implausible that's leading to inconsistent results.
So the
again,
assumption
it's an issue of degree here, because I'm not saying that the notion of representation is entirely precisely operationalized. I said that at the very start, it's somewhat of a vague, fuzzy notion, and I think we can make enough sense of it for it to be useful.
So I guess the question would be, are these questions specific enough such that you think that they represent adequate characterizations of the appropriate scientific uses of representational notions or something? Is that right?
Yeah, something like that. And from what I saw of it, I would generally say no. I mean, I'd have to go through and check it again, but sure. It's just like any evidence in isolation is hard to interpret about representation because it's a very abstract notion. So if someone asked me these sorts of things, I'm not sure what I would say. I might not even give very consistent answers because I'm doing my best with what's being given.
Yeah.
In reality, it's very complicated.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I mean, do you think in principle, if some of those concerns are sort of like addressed or dealt with, that could be like some weak, like that might be a candidate for some weak evidence in favor of the view that I'm kind of like putting forward, that there is, that these terms are in need of some revision within the sciences, and it can be fairly misleading to certain people if they're approaching theorizing with different aims or.
Yeah, so I agree that the less scientists or cognitive scientists are able to consistently deploy the concepts, the more they are likely in need of reform. There are caveats there, such as that comes in degrees, and that's true of concepts in many sciences. And I don't know that cognitive science is especially bad in that area. I mean, that's a further question. But like in principle, yes, the short answer to your question is yes, I agree that would be evidence that there's need for further reform. And I mean, I kind of agree with that anyway, like there is. And part of the reason I'm interested in writing my book and doing the things that I do is that I want to try to be clear about these things and explain how they all fit together. But I am firmly committed to the idea that representations are a fruitful representational, fruitful explanatory approach. To be convinced against that, what I think some of the things that would be convincing for me, I mean, one of them would be to show that it's not used consistently or appropriately in the discipline, but that in itself is not sufficient, because that might just show that a lot of researchers aren't very good at using it. That wouldn't show necessarily that it's not powerful or useful or appropriate. Other things would be like theoretical objections. We talked about some of these, like the notion of correspondence and the indeterminacy of content. Those are issues. I think there are plausible responses to them, but if my responses aren't very good and there's good arguments against, then that would count against my view. Then the third thing would be competing alternate paradigms that substantially kind of edge out the space that's largely predominated by representationalist explanations in the cognitive sciences. If other approaches can show that they can explain a similar range of behaviors and physiological processes and neural activity without appealing to representations, and not using the word, but like not appealing to something that meets the criteria of explanations, or using that in any sense, I guess then that would be strong evidence, I think, against.
I think, though, I agree with what you're saying. What maybe one issue with that would be like this like conceptual disagreement point, where like I'm saying that I think the concept, because of its like natural language use, can potentially be misleading to theorizers and lead them down like weird avenues of explanation or understanding what they're doing. I don't think that could be demonstrated in the sort of like scientific way that you say, just because I think that the sense in which you're using representation is operationalized in the way that I would understand, like, other words that I want to that I want to use or I would like other people to use. And so I think that those are successful theories as well. So I think, like that would just continue to show sort of like successful theories. But
well, that's tricky. I mean, the notion of representation is not just a label. I mean, it is, but it's also a framework for generating hypotheses and for constructing tests and gathering data and interpreting data and making inferences and all that sort of stuff. Like that's what scientific theories do. So I think it's not just a theory is shown to be explanatory, useful, or explanatorily important. Not, hang on, I'm trying to say that in a different way. It's not just a question of whether you can translate specific claims from one framework to another. It's also whether the framework that you've then translated to is as fruitful for doing all the other things. Because it might be that there's a tortuous translation, but then the new language you've ended up in is so unwieldy or unclear that you can't really do much with it. And in which case I'd say, well, we should still stick with representational language. Now, bear in mind that I have said at bottom, I think it's all like particles moving around, right? So like there's a sense in which if you could describe everything at that level, you wouldn't need to talk about representations anymore. And in that sense, any theory that agrees upon all of the lower level facts, this is the sense in which I'm a reductionist, any theory that agrees on all the lower level facts is going to be like at some level equivalent, but that doesn't mean that it's actually explanatorily equivalent in the way that we use explanations in science, which is in the ways that I've said before. We use them for epistemic purposes. And this does harken back to what you were talking about before about what the purpose of inquiry is, right? So I agree that whether or not you're going to say that representations are like it's justified to talk about representations depends on the context of inquiry. Where we differ apparently is that I think that that justification can arise from things that are outside of your own purposes or desires or psychological state, in which case I think we can talk about justifications for using, say, representational contexts, which are external to your desires and relate to something like the scientific enterprise or truth-seeking, if you want to get grandiose about it, like understanding the way the world works. And that's sort of independent as to whether it's like you cares about that. I think that has epistemic relevance for other people. I'm not asking you to agree with that. What I'm saying is that I agree with the sense in which representational talk, the importance of representational talk depends on the purpose of the talk. If you could somehow dispense with like the need for higher level scientific reasoning and just work at the lower level, then I would agree we could do without that, but I don't think that's how science works. And
I think the higher level can happen without the representational talk, I think.
Well, the thing is that hang on, what? You mean without the lower level causal forces that...
No, yeah, sorry, I don't think that it is that I'm talking about a reductive explanation. I think that the cognitive explanations are being postulated at the same level, like the representation talk, I think, is at the same level of description, where I would prefer that alternative language were used than representation.
No, that's fine. What I'm saying is that to theories that ultimately agree on all lower level facts are in some sense explanatorily equivalent, because they'll make all the same predictions if they're capable of expressing those about the lower level facts, like atomic positions or whatever. And so you could interchange one for the other. However, the two different explanations may not have the same epistemic use because one is too complicated to use, or it doesn't generate
sure.
way.
And I think, well,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think my concern, I agree with that. It's just to say, I don't know that attaches to what my concern is. Like, I think my concern...
No, I wasn't saying that was your reason for favoring it. All I'm saying is I'm trying to explain what I mean by representational talk is sort of necessary. I'm saying it's not necessary in some sort of ultimate fundamental sense, whatever that might mean, that there's like representations built into the fabric of the cosmos or something. I don't know what people mean when they say sort of thing, but some people sometimes talk about that, right? I'm trying to differentiate it from that. What I'm saying is it's explanatorily essential given human cognitive limitations and the way science works. And that's enough for me to say that we need representation.
I think that is a point of disagreement for sure, like, because I think that these alternative ways of talking that I believe have certain desirable features in terms of like clarity and things like that. I think that we're able to produce those explanations with, like, you know, our minds being what they are without like some like superpowers of thinking or some crazy levels of, and it's because I'm not postulating like these microphysical explanations. I think that it's just like, let's use slightly different terms and maybe like frame our methodology slightly differently and be a bit more cautious in certain ways.
That's fine. So okay, I think that's actually helpful because we're sort of clarifying. So we're both operating a high level of explanation. I'm not saying that we can eliminate it because we can reduce it to a level or a lower level. You're actually saying, no, we do need the high level, but you think there are reasons for preferring this other high level explanation. My fundamental reason for disagreement is that I just haven't been convinced that there's a substantial problem with representational language, which doesn't mean there's no problem. And I haven't been convinced that there's plausible alternatives, at least in a wide enough range of cases. So I think that still persists. But it does sound like that one. Well, let me phrase it. It sounds like, well, we don't agree on that point. You do think that the way that I have articulated representations can be made coherent and can be made to do like work in particular explanatory contexts.
It's what I believe. Like what the theories that you're articulating in terms of how you've operationalized words is the same as what I believe, right, about what's going on.
But I've operationalized words that you don't think we should use. So in that sense, it's different.
Yes. There's a difference, which is to do with the broader, you know, those other concerns, right? Like the broader context.
Yeah, but there's a difference between saying I'm speaking nonsense and the way you're describing it, we can describe it a better way.
Yeah, I don't think you're speaking nonsense. I know I know in the past I've said that to some people who I think are speaking in this other way, right?
Yeah,
because I've taken them to be talking about this like in a metaphysical, like, you know, there's like a representation as a proposition is like a picture of the world or something, and that metaphysical entity like has a relation of aboutness to things, whereas you're well, maybe there is something here, I don't know, because maybe I don't know if you would say that something about the realization of that function like represents the thing that you're saying it's about, because it's like it's the outputs of the function that you would attribute to corresponding or approximate aboutness or whatever, right? But maybe there's something there.
Function can be used in a mathematical sense, but that's not as like
a
mapping between two sets. That's not exactly what I mean when I say like the function of the heart is to pump blood. I don't exactly mean the heart outputs pumping of blood. That's not quite right. I mean, that's what the heart does.
And that's not quite what I'm trying to say. I mean, I can't think of what is a good example, which is why I use that, you know, the nervous system central nervous system reflex arcs, but obviously they're inappropriate because they're not sort of like what as complicated as what the brain is doing. But you know, if we just go with a grossly oversimplified example of, you know, visual stimuli to brain region firing to to my attribution of seeing something, right, or my behavioral response to something. I think that in terms of what you're saying in terms of functionalism here, I don't know that there is something about that neural mapping behind the sensory input. Now that might represent the sensory input in some kind of way, right? But I don't think that you're saying that represents the thing in the world in some kind of way. Like there's not some specification of what the spatial arrangements in the brain are or something like that is similar to, if you put the object of visual perception side on to that, it doesn't like represent that, like the arrows pointing out the thing. And that's where I say it's because that function working as it does is what causes the behavior of the system. And then when the behavior of the system is working with the object in the world, then you say that the function corresponded. I mean that's what I interpret is going on. And
that
maybe
sounds right. So the point is that that a pattern of activation represents something in the world. If first it tracks information about that, well, there's a correspondence between states of one and states of the other. And second, if that pattern of activity is used by or fills the role of governing behaviors about that thing in the cognitive system. So it has to be used for a purpose by the cognitive system. And we shouldn't think of that as used by some homunculus that's picking it up and moving it somewhere. Yeah. It just means like enters into the right causal relationships with other parts of cognition.
Yeah, so this
is behavioral in that sense. It governs behavior, but it could be governing cognitive behavior. So it may not directly interface with the outside world. It could take in cognitions and output cognitions, because I think there are many levels of abstraction that thought operates at.
Yeah. And this is where there's something like really, well, so there's two interesting things here. One of the interesting things is that, I think that we basically agree at that point. And I think we basically agree at that point, and that is what I call pragmatism, right? And I distinguish that against like a correspondence theory, because I think maybe we're just cashing out like a correspondence theory in slightly different terms or something. Mm-hmm. And there's a whole detailed conversation that could be had about that, I'm sure, and we don't have to like go down that rabbit hole.
That's fine. I intend correspondence to be a fairly metaphysically thin notion.
And then
although most of my notions are pretty metaphysically thin, because that's my vibe. So
and then when it comes to cognitions, again, I agree with what you're saying in the sense that you mean it, but I think it kind of like it makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, because, for example, like say in the chat right now, there's someone talking about like EAAN, evolutionary arguments against naturalism and all that, or when people talk about psychophysical harmony and I think that they begin to use these words like cognition, not in the sense that you're using them or that I'm saying they can only mean in a well operationalized sense, but in the sense of like this separate phenomenal entity that's like a little label or something that stands internally to the homunculi behind the is represented to the homunculi, and then they're like, oh, but that could appear differently to the homunculi, but the behaviors be the same if you were in a garbage mental state, or evolution could select for any little label to the homunculi, but the behavior would remain the same, right? And surely we can say to these people, you're just mischaracterizing cognition. But I think that to clear up the confusion is maybe to just use like different language that doesn't lead them into thinking you're like painting this picture.
Look, you might be right there. I don't know. I like representational language because in this philosophical context, because, like, for example, let's take the example you were giving. Obviously there's a lot of argument to be had defending this, which I won't get into here, but if you can give a theory of, say, phenomenal states, physiological states, such that it feels like something to be in that state. It has a quality to it, right? There's a lot of baggage to unpack there, but I don't intend that a lot of baggage. If you characterize those states as representational states, so they're cognitive states that have the properties that, I should say, a certain type of representational state. So the idea is that when something becomes conscious or when it has phenomenal content, it has representational content plus some other features. And we're still working out what those are, but maybe it's like broad cognitive access or multimodality or something like that. But anyway, the point is, if you conceptualize in those terms and defend that theory, which I think can be done, the notion of a philosophical zombie is just completely incoherent, right? Because that's saying it's a physical copy that has different representations, which in turn are characterized as physical states. So you just can't, it actually becomes inconceivable if that's your conception of phenomena. And I think that that's quite powerful. Now, of course, they're going to resist that characterization, but I think it's a constructive, like it's a theoretical way, not just of saying you're wrong, but of like saying, look, here's how I theorize about this in a way that just renders this thought experiment completely empty. Right? And then you try to defend that theory. So I think that it has explanatory value, and I think that has some kind of rhetorical force as well. It's not saying it's going to win every argument or something, but I mean, I think that there's a lot that you can do with representational talk, but you do have to distinguish it from, well, a lot of the other uses. So how effective that is rhetorically, I mean, that's, I don't know.
Or I don't even know. I mean, I don't mean to bring it back to stuff we've already talked about, because maybe, we need to both, or me in particular, get more precise about what I'm saying and then have a conversation about that. But it would be that even not just rhetorically, but maybe in terms of similarities of meaning, like it is more natural to interpret what's being said as something like the way that it's being interpreted by some of these philosophers, because that's the way we're thinking of representation in sufficiently many other cases. And it's sort of, this notion of representation that's very specific to, say, computer science and has been adopted within cognitive psychology and is operationalized appropriately because there are these similarities between what computers do and brains do, and so it makes sense in computational explanations. But actually, that notion of representation in computer science and in cognitive psychology is like very different to how people are thinking about, like, inner representations to themselves. But because we're talking about, this is where I use that phrase explanatory gloss, but because we're talking about like psychology and brain and mind sciences, we sort of like introduce or motivate what we're doing in our inquiry by making reference to our ordinary life world. And so we go, like, when something appears to me, when I see red, and then that just leads people into sort of reading that representational talk off of the way that we've kind of like framed what the problems are. But actually, if we get more and more detailed, right, there's all of these like caveats we have to unpack about what we mean and how terms are operationalized and all that kind of stuff. And I think that that's something like what the core of the concern is, and how, I think I'm going in one direction. If you want to say something about that, feel free. I've just got a few other things maybe I'd want to mention to wrap things up, because I'm concerned.
No, that's okay. Feel free to go into that.
So there are a few other things maybe we can talk about in future that it might be worth just mentioning. And one of which is that I think in clinical practice, there are a whole bunch of meta-analyses and things I came across that were comparing cognitive approaches to like behavioral approaches and behavioral activation. And these showed that there weren't differences in the outcomes of treatments, and that behavioral paradigms were like cheaper. So that could potentially be like a desiderata for these theories in clinical practice. And maybe we could talk about that at some point. And then there is some stuff in language research, which I think is pretty interesting, around like what is required, or what are the auxiliary commitments of the sense in which you're talking about representation, right? And are there auxiliary commitments that make some claims about something like, universal grammar or not? I think you say probably not, and I don't know that you're wrong about that, but I mean, that's an area of discussion. And the other thing would be like, in terms of the physiological basis of representation, so for example, is there some cognitive module or something that you would want to posit as being responsible for these representations? What's the relationship of that to background theories about like evolution and genes? Does that have to be selected for? So like, are representations being like selected for at the genetic level? And then and there's a whole bunch of interesting papers and studies and things I'm happy to send over that relate to all of those questions. But I mean, that engages more with claims that people like Chomsky have made about universal grammar, but then also people like Steven Pinker and Paul Bloom have made about like his book The Language Instinct, and some of the research behind it is about like a cognitive module in the brain that has to be there and it was genetically selected for language. And I think that there's some research both doing computational modeling of selection effects, but also designing experiments that sort of engages with and undermines what Pinker has to say, at least, and would prefer like a cultural selection model for the way that language works. That is shaped to fit pre-existing structures in the brain. But then you end up with like a rival model of what's going on. Kind of like you wouldn't say that our genes selected for us to use forks or something. You say that forks, we shaped them to fit in our mouths or to, for the activities we're doing.
The language one is interesting. This is a controversial point. So there's I'll just have I'll make some quick comments. We can discuss this more another time. I don't think that there is universal grammar in the way that Chomsky thinks about it. I do think that there are commonalities in the way that syntax is inferred across languages. I don't think that rises to the level of universal grammar, but that's very closely related to my research. I was looking at processing of sentence meaning and sentence structure in the brain. It's very difficult to assess that. But anyway, but in terms of Chomsky, I'd probably disagree. In terms of the evolution of language, I do think that humans have a unique capability for learning language. I think this has been demonstrated partly through attempts to teach chimpanzees language, which have not been successful. They were able to learn they're able to learn relationships between signs or visual symbols and things in the world, but they're not able to combine those as flexibly as humans are. It doesn't reach the level of language. So I suspect that humans are capable of that to an extent that chimpanzees aren't, and that is genetically determined. Now, that doesn't tell you exactly how that was selected for or whether something else was selected for, which was then co-opted, right? It doesn't answer the causal question there. I suspect there probably was some selection for language. I mean, you can talk about what it was for, right? This is a teleological explanation. Language, but this relates to what I was going to say, which is that there's a dispute in the literature about whether language is specialized, or the language network is called, is specialized specifically for communication, or whether those networks also play important roles in other types of thinking, like problem solving and numerical thinking and things like that. I'm of the view that there are parts of the brain that are specialized for language. And here, by the way, I don't mean speech production. I mean language more abstractly, like the syntax and the semantics and things. So there are parts of the brain that are specialized that do that more selectively than other regions, or that are especially activated there. But that doesn't mean they don't also do other things, right? And my view is that the language networks of the brain are also involved in other types of conceptual high-level thinking and types of semantic representations, which lends support. It doesn't necessarily entail, but lends support to the idea that it may not have been language per se that was directly selected for. It may have been a combination of more complex, abstract cognitive capabilities, of which language is one. That does raise the question about the ability to speak specifically, because we do have great control over our mouths and tongue, which allows us to make very precise sounds that other great apes don't have. So that had to be selected for somehow. But you don't know which came first. It might have been the higher order cognitive processing, which then drove demands for more precise articulation. I don't know. That's an open scientific question. I don't think that there's a need to have a specific view on that, absent finding better evidence. But one last thing I'll comment on is the notion of a cognitive module. Mm-hmm. I personally don't believe that cognitive modules exist in the way that Fodor thought about it, the other J. Fodor, right? Which was a very specific theoretical construct, which is that it's some kind of, well, it's not even articulated necessarily at a neural level, but a cognitive module is some kind of component of the mind, which has internal processes within it, but those are completely inaccessible to any other parts of the mind, like any other modules. And that the only way that this module interacts with other parts of the mind is through the inputs it receives and the outputs that it gives. And everything else is entirely internal, like hermetically sealed off. Mm-hmm. And it just performs a specific function. So there could be like a language module, or a visual module, or a face recognition module, or a counting module. It could be different levels of abstraction. I just don't think that that's how the brain works. There are parts of neuroscientists typically talk about networks. There are networks that are specialized, regions that are specialized for certain types of processing. But this is coming back to what we talked about earlier. We don't know enough to fully characterize what they represent. So we can only say that they're involved in processing this type of stimuli. We don't know what exactly else they represent. And in general, there's a lot of evidence for highly distributed representation of many sorts of complex phenomena. This is something that I worked on directly. Language stimuli is processed by probably something like half of the cortex. It's not like there's a particular module somewhere that's sealed off from the rest of the brain. So whether that has a direct bearing on the Fodorian cognitive module is less clear, because that's expressed at a cognitive level. And you could say, well, it's highly distributed neurally, but it's still a module that's separated at a cognitive level. That's possible, but I personally just don't think the explanations about how that's supposed to work are very, very plausible. So I think it is a little unfortunate this notion of cognitive module is still widely used in philosophical discourse, because it's not that widely used, in my opinion, in particularly neuroscience and even cognitive science that I'm familiar with. Just because it seems like so many things affect so many other things, it's more of a complex interconnection of networks, which are like somewhat specialized, but not modular in the Fodorian sense, which again it has very specific criteria. So, you know, and I think that you can say that if we're thinking about the cognitive revolution, there were people like Chomsky with his universal grammar and Fodor with his modules, who made very specific and very bold claims, which I don't think bear out, right? Or probably don't bear out, or not to the extent that they said. And, you know, I agree with that. I don't think that everyone Jerry Fodor's written a number of articles which are in stark disagreement with what I think. Like, he disagrees with the functional role conception of representation. He also disagrees with distributed processing, like neural network processes. He and Chomsky both think that they're inadequate, and that's another big debate. So I don't agree with them on a whole bunch of things. And so those are important questions. But you know, to defend representations is not to defend everything that representationalists said.
Sure,
that would be impossible, because there are a bunch of things they disagree about. But yeah, there's just a few quick answers to some things, and I'd love to talk about this more in detail, especially the evolution side of things, because I want to learn more about that as well.
And just to mention, like, that
there are two Fodors, yes.
This is why I'm partly frustrated as well that I spent all this time on this stupid fascism video, because then what's come to me as you're talking there are a couple of things. Like, I think that there was, there was the Noam Chomsky thing that I think that was what you were referencing, but there was a study involving some primates. And what was it?
There have been a few.
And they got them
I don't remember all of their names.
They were able to recognize differences between, like, genuine examples of English words and not, and stuff like that. And there was some particular genetic similarity that was being tested for there. Again, I can't say what the actual conclusions from that were.
Matt, what are you doing?
Yeah,
in chat.
Yeah, I might. Matt, you're going to get put in timeout.
What do you think was going to happen? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so there's some interesting things in these primate studies, for sure, and particularly with respect to trying to isolate the relationship between certain, like, genes or brain structures and, you know, the behaviors that people can perform, that organisms can perform, I should say. And then there was also, I believe, this gene called FOXP2 that was believed to be associated with the Pinker Bloom, like, language module. And there was some initial study that seemed to confirm that, but then and that was because
guess what the press called that, right?
I can't remember. Do you remember
the language gene? Like,
yes, yeah, that's it, exactly.
There's no such thing as the language gene, all right? Like, that's not how it works. But I can understand why you're frustrated if you read this sort of stuff. Like, it's just,
but then I believe there was, like, a larger sample study where it found that the opposite effect, right, as in the presence of this gene in the way that it was specified, wasn't required for people to be competent, have the relevant, right? And it was because the initial study had only used people of, like, Eurasian descent or something, so they, there was like a particular sampling bias. I would have been able to make all of this, like, clear and rigorous, and not just
these genome-wise association studies are fraught with problems.
Yes.
I think they're actually, we haven't figured out how to do that science very well yet, in my opinion. So yeah, happy to talk about that more.
So there was all of those things. And then there was another thing that I think would be super interesting for us to talk about. Well, one of them is the nature of computational explanation and computation and computational.
Yeah, that's a big one. That's a big one.
Because obviously, as you may guess, I favor certain physical computational approaches, and those could be challenged and would have things to do with my views as well. And then the other thing is poverty of stimulus arguments. And I think that there's some good recent work on this, for both experimental work, both also in producing alternative models to Chomsky's universal grammar explanations. And I think that there are reasons to have problems with the universal grammar type things, but from the evolutionary type arguments. But with respect to Chomsky postulating universal grammar to explain poverty of stimulus, I think that there are rival models which do better, and they are basically based off of spontaneity and of language production within certain constraints, and so they just model what's going on slightly differently. And there's other lines of evidence that people use to undermine some of the premises in poverty of stimulus arguments, even appealing to the success of things like LLMs, which would be to say, that there are examples of competent language users who are competent in sort of new domains of language use, but going beyond, using only a finite. Not to say, this is not to say that LLMs are doing exactly what people are doing or something. Obviously, some relevant differences. But that,
I have a lot of thoughts on LLMs because that was directly related to my research.
And I think all of this stuff would be great stuff to talk about, and pertinent.
Yeah, there's stronger and weaker forms of the poverty of the stimulus argument. I think that a simple way to frame it is that there's too much of a diversity of linguistic behaviors for them to be explained through reinforcement of particular behaviors. And so there needs to be a broader way to understand how the behavior is learned, because they can't all be learned by being reinforced, particularly when you look at combinatorial recombination of linguistic productions. There's so many potential things that you can hear that are entirely novel that you've never seen it before. You can't have been reinforced for that. So that doesn't necessarily mean you need an internal representation. I think that those are the best explanations that I'm familiar with. I'm very interested if you think that there are alternate plausible ones, but yes. I think that large language models actually sort of support my views about representation, because I don't think that they do form the right sort of representations, which leads to a whole host of problems. I've actually got a preprint on this, which I don't remember if I sent you about this, about why benchmarks of LLMs are not a very good way to assess their capability. So I can send you that because it's relevant to this. Anyway,
yeah, sure.
Happy to talk about this another time.
Yeah, I think that would be a good topic to cover as well. So there's a whole host of kind of fruit here, I guess, to explore. And I guess one thing just to say is that I appreciate you disagreeing with me on this, and I definitely like the way that your challenges have made me sort of grow and think about my views and learn more things, and that's very important and valuable to me. So I appreciate it.
No, and likewise, it's a good opportunity for me to think through how I think about these things and to articulate them more clearly. I think that's one of the big advantages of open discourse about issues of disagreement, is because it really does force you to think, well, if you're doing it well, to think through what you think carefully and how to explicate it well. And it's also why I like being public in my views as much as I can, because it does require you to. It's easy to think you've got everything worked out if you never have to explain it or subject it to critical review by other people, right? So I do think that's super important, and I encourage more people to do this. So yeah, I mean, I think the discussion was quite profitable, and looking forward to discussing some further things.
Yeah. I think from my point of view, maybe it would be helpful for me to make some shorter videos explaining specific points, and then maybe that makes it easier for you to respond to something rather than a whole bunch of vague stuff mashed together or whatever. But
that's helpful.
That. Yeah.
And send me papers and things as well.
Yeah.
I'd like to read papers and see what I think.
Absolutely. Right. Well, I hope people have maybe gained something from listening to all this. And obviously,
I don't know about based on reading chat whether how many people will follow me.
Who knows what the hell they will. But also, you didn't restream this to your channel at the same time, right? Because I could get a thing. I mean, I don't mean that you're not allowed to do what you want. I just mean because obviously, if it's not on your channel already, people go to James's channel through the description and subscribe to him. He's got his own content and stuff over there. So
we talk about real science here, real naturalism, not this fake whatever Nathan does, woke Christian pretend whatever.
Postmodern naturalism.
We've got to talk about neoliberalism sometime as well, by the way. That'd be fun.
Oh yeah, that'd be a good one. Yeah, that'd be a good one, I think, as well. I don't actually know that. Again, this might be another case where we like agree on a bunch of stuff, and there's like some like really weird disputes about almost how it should be framed to other people who aren't us.
I think that's going to be a big part of it. Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, so there we go. Thanks everyone, end the stream there. Oh no.